The hearing of the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee is hereby called to order. Morning, everyone. We'd like again to acknowledge the senators present, Senator Bam Aquino, Senator Tito Soto. Good morning, sirs. Also the resource persons who are here. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Commissioner herself, Attorney Kim Jacinto Henares. Ma'am, good morning. The Bangko Sentral, represented by Deputy Governor Nestor Espinilla Jr. Good morning, sir. The AMLC, represented by Commissioner Manny Dook. Are you around? Yes, there you are, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yes. The Securities and Exchange Commission, which is also a member of the AMLC, Teresita Herbosa, is represented by Commissioner Manuel Gaite. Good morning, sir. Of course, Attorney Julia Bacay Abad, of the Executive Director of the AMLC, yes. PAGCOR, represented by its President, Mr. Eugenio Eugene Malalastas. Morning, sir. The PAGCOR representative of MIDAS.
Morning,
yes,
sir.
Mr. Ray de Guzman.
Morning, sir.
From RCBC, the President and CEO, Mr. Lorenzo Tan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
The EVP and the head of the Treasury Group, Mr. Raul Victor B. Tan. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
The head of the Legal and Regulatory Affairs, Attorney Maria Celia Estavillo. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Raymart Barbella, Mr. Romaldo Agarado, and Pinky Makaalay of RCBC. Good morning, everyone. PNB, represented by Ms. Alice Cordero. Good morning, ma'am. BDO, represented by Attorney Alvin Go, the Chief Legal Counsel of BDO, and Ms. Rebecca Torres, the Chief Compliance. Yes, good morning. Thank you for coming. East-West, represented by Ms. Bernadette Ratcliffe, the Chief Compliance Officer. Morning. And Attorney Lourdes A. Ona, Corsec. Am I correct?
I'm the head of Legal Services Division.
The head of the Legal Services Division. Good morning. Yes.
Good morning,
okay.
sir.
Mr. William Go. Morning. Thank you for your patience. You've been here present at all hearings. Mr. Kamsin Wong. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Soler, represented by Attorney Benitan. Are you around?
Morning, sir.
Yes, yes. Good morning. The representative of Sun City Group, Junket Soler Resort of Sun City Group, Junket Soler Resort and Casino, Attorney Francis Aguilar.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah, good morning. Mr. Lai Fong Chan, the representative of the Gold Moon Junket, represented by Attorney Eduardo Escaña.
Good morning, sir.
Then we have MIDAS, represented by Attorney Katrina Nepomuceno.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning. The City of Dreams, represented by Mr. Adrian Au and Attorney Jomini Nazareno. Are you around?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning. Angela Torres, ma'am, are you around? Hi, hello, good morning. And Grepa Life, Mr. Lauren Anthony Escobar. Yes, good morning. Okay. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Ambassador John Gomez of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Good morning, sir. And the Deputy General, the Deputy General Manager of Bangladesh Bank, Mr. Zakir Hossain. Good morning, sir. The Director of Bangladesh Bank, Mr. Abdur Rab. Good morning, sir. Okay. First off, some administrative matters.
Ito na lang yung wala pa. Pero okay na to.
Yeah. Ito na lang. Okay, from Attorney Francis Aguilar, we still awaiting a formal report on how much was received and how much was paid in the junket relative to the 903 million that was allegedly received by the Sun City Group junket. This is requested by Senator Bam Aquino. We're still awaiting.
Your Honor, we received the documents that we requested from Soler yesterday, Your Honor. Sun City is asking for 1 week to complete its report, Your Honor.
All right then. I have your commitment for 1 week.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Wala na. Take note of commitment of 1 week. At this point, we'd like to recognize Senator Tito Soto. Senator Soto, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to thank you for this continued hearing, but I suppose we're getting towards what we need in the proposed amendments to the anti-money laundering law that I'm sure you'll be proposing in the next Congress. But I just want to tie up some loose ends, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind.
Please proceed.
Thank you. To the AMLAC, Ms. Abad, just one clarification. In your, I was looking over the transcript of the committee, and this was in the first day of the hearings. You said that the AMLAC first learned about this thing in February 11, and it was a Thursday, and then the governor of the Central Bank of Bangladesh called our own governor, Governor Tetanko Jr., seeking assistance to trace and possibly freeze the funds that have been stolen from Bangladesh Bank. That was your statement. And then upon receiving such call from the governor of Bangladesh, we immediately got in touch with the concerned bank, which is the RCBC. Did the governor of Bangladesh, the Central Bank of Bangladesh, say it was the RCBC immediately? It was contained in the report?
Yes, Your Honor.
I see. All right. It was not clear during that time. I just wanted to clarify that. So let me proceed to questions to, again, to tie up some loose ends also to the RCBC. May we ask perhaps Attorney Estabilio?
Morning, sir.
Yes, good morning. Can you tell us how, was there a request or requests? I am told there were a number of requests from a freeze, order of freeze for your bank that you received from the Bangladesh Bank directly, not from the Central Bank?
Yes, Your Honor. We received a total of 3 requests for freeze on February 9 and 1 request for freeze on February 10. If I may...
February 9, 1?
February 9, we received 3 requests for freeze. And on February 10, we received 1 request for freeze from Bank of Bangladesh.
There were four requests for freeze that you received from the Bangladesh Bank.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. How much of the funds was still in your bank, in the accounts of the RCBC, when you received these requests? as of February 9 and 10.
Yes, sir. May I do it on a per account basis to be clear, just so that I can answer that with the
Sure.
time and all?
Yes, go ahead.
Sir, we have a total of, for February 9, our bank received a total of 790 messages from SWIFT. Of these messages, 158 were in
790
790 messages on February 9. It
How
was
is
a
that
long
done?
weekend.
Email or computer
It's,
program?
it's like an email message, sir. And when we turned on our system, 790 messages entered because it was a long weekend prior to that. Of these messages, there are several that are high priority to us. One would be an MT-192. This is a request for cancellation or stop payment.
MT
192.
192.
We received one MT-192, and it was not from the Bank of Bangladesh on that day. We received 111 MT-199 for free format messages. This is like a chat, Your Honor. It's not an urgent message.
How
like
many 199?
199 is 111. These are authenticated free format messages. These are not stop payment messages. They were 111. The Bank of Bangladesh did not send any of those. What they did send, sir, were MT-999. These are unauthenticated free format messages, and we received 47. The messages sent by the Bank of Bangladesh were of normal priority, and they were not stop payment messages. So when we received 790 messages, our officers proceeded to read the emails sequentially, unless we had a stop payment, which is the first that we would read, or a high priority message, none of which applied to the Bank of Bangladesh. On February 9, the first message came from the Bank of Bangladesh and was received by our settlements department and read at 11:19 in the morning. It was sent to the branch. And this was, the message reads, Your Honor, this pertained to the Vergara account. And the message is a priority.
Vergara.
Yes, normal priority message, MT-999, or free format message. And it reads, reference to the Vergara account, please be informed that this is a doubtful transaction. You are requested to stop the payment. And if you already made payment, then freeze the account of the beneficiary for proper investigation. We think the transaction is contradictory with the AML law, with the anti-money laundering law. There are some words that follow.
Again, just to educate some of us who are
Yes, Your
listening.
Honor.
Again, what is an MT-199?
An MT-199 is just a free format message. It's like a chat, Your Honor. It's a regular message. It's not like a 192, which is a stop payment. So if our settlements department received 790 messages, it will look for the 192s first. That would be priority. And if there's anything tagged as high priority, it will then go to proceed with that. In the case of the Bank of Bangladesh, they did not send us any high priority message. They did not send us any stop payment order. They just sent us an unauthenticated free format message, or a 999, Your Honor. So the first one came in to our settlements department at 11:19, and it was sent to our branch immediately. That was for $19.95 million. I'm sorry,
Again,
sir, $25 million.
Vergara?
Ay, sorry, I'm getting confused. It's $20 million, Your Honor, yes.
20.
Yes.
The chairman was asking me if you're going to submit those reports to us, to the committee.
We can submit them, Your Honor.
If I may, with the indulgence. Yes, I have a copy of what you're saying.
Yes, Your Honor.
It says Swift Input FIN 999. That's
Yes.
what you're referring
Yes,
to,
and-
right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. But it does say, you missed out.
Yes.
There are words here. It says top,
Yes.
urgent, ...
Yes, Your Honor.
top, urgent, ...
Yes, Your Honor.
top, urgent.
That's in the narrative, Your Honor. It's not in the heading. It's just in the text of the body of the email. So, settlements department officer will just look at the headings, the subject of the email. Top urgent was not included.
So where's
a
the,
normal
where's
priority
the
email, Your
heading of
Honor.
the email here?
The heading is the, with respect to the numbers, sir, that's where it falls.
The NAFIN 999, is
Yes.
is that all you look at?
No, that's the only thing that appears unless you open the message, Your Honor.
Okay.
Cor-
Now, there is a sender, and it's BBH.
Bangladesh Bank.
Yes, Bangladesh Bank.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you know, if you're familiar with the SWIFT system, then you would know this is the code for the Central Bank of Bangladesh.
But, Your Honor,
So, you know, you're receiving a request from a central bank, which is not every day.
Your Honor, the Bank of Bangladesh is not a correspondent bank of ours. So, there was nothing to indicate even that, in fact, we didn't know that they were the Central Bank of Bangladesh. We just
But
thought they were
you know the
a
SWIFT
regular
codes.
bank.
You knew the SWIFT codes.
They're not our correspondent bank, sir. So, there was nothing that came out to indicate that it was from a government bank.
Regardless of whether they're your correspondent bank, the point is, by just looking at the SWIFT codes, because you are also
Yes.
privy to SWIFT codes, you would know that it's from a central bank.
No, Your Honor. Not on the basis of the email and not on the basis of the subject.
Governor Espinilla, is that correct? On the basis of the SWIFT codes, you would not be able to know whether a sender of a SWIFT code is a central bank or an ordinary bank? Would you know, sir?
I'm not familiar with that.
Who would be familiar with that? Who could answer my question aside from, of course, RCBC? Is there anyone here? And Governor Espinilla, who would be able to answer that question? The issue here is, just by looking at the SWIFT code, you would know that it's not an ordinary bank. You would know that it's a central bank.
The banks would probably know this, but I can also get information on this from our treasury people who actually deals with these SWIFT codes, Mr. Chairman.
Could we have a reply from you as soon as you could?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
At least
I will,
within the
Yes.
day. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
The SWIFT code, Your Honor, was MT999. So that's the unauthenticated free format message. So
I don't see the words empty. I see thin.
FIN 999. But
It's not
the
empty, it's thin.
But SWIFT refers to it as MT999, Your Honor.
So
It's
now you
thin.
know very well SWIFT codes.
Yes, Your Honor, we know
But
it.
you don't know whether this comes from a central bank.
Because the code does not indicate. And that's why there was no way for us to know. If it were 192, FIN 192, it would have jumped the queue.
And
the
then-
queue is relevant to us, Your Honor, because out of the 790 emails, number 98 was the Vergara recall. And I will correct the time. I made a mistake. It's 11:22 in the morning was when our settlements department read and sent to the branch the Vergara recall from the Bank of Bangladesh.
It says here message input reference 1709. That would be, what time? That would be 5:09 in the afternoon.
Perhaps, sir, that is when they sent it, but I'm not sure about Bangladesh time. But our system received it at 9:15 in the morning, and because there was no high priority indication or an indication that it was a stop payment, it was just one of the 790 emails. There was no indication to read it ahead of the others, Your Honor.
So the fall in your system was not opening the messages and reading the text. That's what you're saying.
We read them sequentially, Your Honor, unless there is a reason to read them ahead, like high priority message or a 192, which is a stop payment. These did not apply in the Bangladesh request.
So
Your
again,
Honor.
what is a 999 according
It's
to you?
just a free format message. SWIFT describes it as generally a chat message. You can put detailed instructions there, anything.
Kung sa ordinary language, kwentuhan.
Parang kwentuhan, in a way. It's a message that captures everything that's not captured in the specific messages. But there is a specific message for a stop payment, and that's 192.
Governor Espinilla, could we have from the central bank a definitive categorization of this? What is a 999 and a 192? You know, it's very Greek to us, but can we get, or you can tell us something right now.
Mr. Chairman, if you allow us, I'm bringing in an expert on these matters to be able to respond to you properly.
Good. He'll be here in...
Yes, in a few minutes, Mr. Chairman. The
Good.
BSP
Thank you.
is not too far away.
Thank you. Senator Soto?
Yes, thank you. Going back to my question and your first portion of the answer.
Yes.
So, Vergara, 1122,
Yes.
magkano pa ang pera doon?
Before that, Your Honor, at 11:19, there was a withdrawal of $19.95 million. Then, 3 minutes later, the recall from Bangladesh arrived, and that actually there were no other withdrawals to transfer to the William Go account, actually. There were no other withdrawals after the recall. The next email from Bank of Bangladesh was number 103 in the 790 emails that we received. And we received it, our settlements department read it at 11:25 in the morning and sent it to the branch at that time. But at 10:24 in the morning, 15.216 million from the Vasquez account was transferred to another account. And after the recall...
Which account? Transferred to what?
I don't have the waiver, Your Honor, but I have requested PhilRem for their waiver, and they have refused to give me their waiver. So I'm unable to discuss details other than a transfer to another account, Your Honor. So at 11:25 in the morning, we received our recall from the Bank of Bangladesh, and at 11:34...
This is on February...
9, Your Honor.
Thank you.
At 11:34 in the morning, another withdrawal or transfer to the William Go account was made from the Vasquez account, and this is for $9.76 million, Your Honor. The third recall that we received on February 9 was at 11:30 in the morning, and this was number 108 in the 790 emails that we received on that day, and this pertained to the Lagrosas account. Prior to that, on February 5, at 3:16 in the afternoon, there was already a withdrawal, a transfer to the William Go account of $22.7 million. After the recall was received from the Bank of Bangladesh, an additional $7.23 million was withdrawn from the Lagrosas account and transferred to the William Go accounts at 11:35 in the morning. There was no recall from the Cruz account on February 9. The text of all three recalls are identical, as I read. They just said that the transaction was doubtful and they thought it was against anti-money laundering laws. On February 10, Your Honor, at 2:41 in the afternoon, we received our fourth recall from the Bank of Bangladesh, and this pertained to the Cruz account. The wording is different already, but it is still a 999, so it's just a free format, unauthenticated free format message. It's a normal priority transaction, although the narrative contains the word stop urgent, but it doesn't appear unless you open the email. And the words are, please be informed that this is a fraudulent transaction and unauthorized access in our SWIFT system. So you are requested to stop the payment, and if you have already made the payment, then freeze the account of beneficiary and please back the funds to the account number 210-83190. So, Your Honor, this is the only different one. We never received any other clarificatory messages from the Bank of Bangladesh for the other three accounts, clarifying why they thought the transaction was doubtful, because we had no idea. In fact, we were really in the dark when we received the first three messages, and things became a little clearer, but even then, not so, on February 10. That's all that we have from the Bank of Bangladesh, Your Honor, on the recalls. I've given you the flow on a per-account basis as well.
All right. We noticed the timing, 2 minutes, 3 minutes before.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
They received it. Now, all, if not most, well, most, if not all, were transferred to the William Go account.
$66 million, Your Honor.
So what did you do with the William Go account?
Your Honor, we did not freeze it. I have already said before that the bank is a private institution. We have the ability and the power to freeze accounts where funds enter, but not when the funds have already moved out. Banks do not have this authority, and neither do the regulators, Your Honor. The law and the regulations do not allow for us to freeze accounts as the funds move down. In fact, Your Honor, when we receive a freeze order, we also have to ask for clarification from our regulators if there are accounts which we believe should have been included. And we ask them, please advise us. We will put these accounts on hold. Please advise us if we should freeze. And if they tell us, no, please remove that, then we comply, Your Honor. So we, on our own, we do not have that power.
All right. To complete the picture, so what did you do?
So, Your Honor, we...
How did you respond
yes, Your Honor. We...
to the requests, the messages?
For the simple reason that the law prohibits me from discussing the filing of suspicious transactions reports, I cannot detail when and how we filed suspicious transactions reports for these accounts. But needless to say, we did receive a call from the AMLC saying that the government, that the Bank of Bangladesh, the governor had called them, and it was only then that we realized that it was the Central Bank of Bangladesh. And we did file all our reports in a timely manner, as we normally do, Your Honor.
At that time, or right after, when you already received these messages, did the bank already have an idea on the accounts being fictitious or fake?
No, Your Honor. We retrieved and pulled out the account opening forms on February 11, and it was around February 12 when we had an idea that the IDs were fictitious. Prior to that, we did not have any idea. So on February 9, we received 3 requests for freeze, or 3 requests by way of an unauthenticated free format message, which for us were confusing. We didn't understand why these transactions were doubtful or why they were thought to be against anti-money laundering laws. We had a little more clarity on February 10 when we received another normal priority message from the Bank of Bangladesh, and because they gave a different reason for the 4th account, we never had any clarificatory messages for any of the other 3 accounts. We never received any call from the Bank of Bangladesh. We only received further guidance from the AMLC. That's it, Your Honor.
My next question would probably, your answer would probably help us in crafting the amendments to the anti-money laundering law that we are contemplating on. What kind of request or message would have provided you with sufficient legal basis to immediately freeze these accounts, these accounts?
An immediate freeze, Your Honor, is really a court order. That's really what empowers every bank to freeze any account. But we would have held the funds.
In this case, it would have been too late, di ba?
It would have been too late if the freeze order came because the money did
kung
move
court
fast.
order pa. So
Yes.
what kind of powers do you need to be able to do that?
Perhaps the law should be amended to include some holding power for the banks, at least to clarify that these banks have holding power when we receive certain messages. In this case, Your Honor, if we received an MT-192, a FIN 192, request for cancellation, we could have acted on the message more promptly. And I also do have to refer back to a statement that I made earlier that Maya Deguito, when she received the first of these messages, rushed to expedite the withdrawals as well. And at the end of it, she said it's better for her to expedite, to process these withdrawals than to have herself and her family killed. So it's in that context that even if she received the freeze orders, she still continued to withdraw about 16 million afterwards.
Yun ang
in that
problema,
context,
because
yes.
the usual practice is kahit sa mga karaniwan na bangko, pagka medyo malaki yung transaksyon or cheque, tumatawag yung branch manager at tinatanong yung owner ng account kung in-issue niya ito. Ginagawa nila yun So in this case, it was not done in your branch.
No.
All right. I was looking through the records also. You earlier said that you determined that Mr. Who's this? Mr. Huico, his picture was used in the fake ID of Jesse Christopher Lagrosas. How did
Yes,
you
Your Honor.
determine this, attorney?
We did not know. We were trying to do a little police work ourselves, and we wanted to see who the identities, who these people were. And we interviewed him on a different matter on a meeting in his house that he organized on February 12. And when we saw him, we realized that the picture was his. If Your Honor will indulge, I actually had the pictures prepared. So this is Mr. Yuhiko in our 201 file, and this is Mr. Lagrosas in the IDs. So it's, to us, quite clear that he's one and the same. The pictures are quite blurred, but quite clear for him, actually.
All right. Thank you very much.
you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I have a number of questions for Phil Remy, so I will suspend my query at this point, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I haven't been informed that Phil Rem, they're on their way. Stuck in traffic lang daw, so they'll be here shortly. I do have some questions for RCBC. Yes, let's go back to the stop payment request.
Yes, sir.
But you do agree, had you opened the text, then you would have been sufficiently alarmed. It does say top urgent, then please be informed.
And yet, Your Honor, I also cannot deny that they used very vague terms. And I'm trying to think, based on the articles I have read, that perhaps it was also not clear to them what had happened on February 9, because it was not clear based on their email sent, doubtful. We have received many stop payment orders, Your Honor, but never anything as ambiguous as these messages.
But I don't see, let me read. We think the transaction is contradictory to the anti-money laundering law. I think that's clear enough.
But they should have just said outright, it is contradictory to the anti-money laundering laws because, and given their reasons, instead of an opinion that they express. And then they say that it's a doubtful transaction. And our thought was, why is it doubtful? We ourselves were not clear,
I
Your
think
Honor.
this is, well, anyway, let's not argue. But
Based on
let
our
me just-
experience, yes,
Yes,
Your Honor.
okay, fine, but let me read it so that the public can hear it. We think, this is Bangladesh telling RCBC and says, we think the transaction is contradictory with the anti-money laundering law. To me, that's pretty clear. I'm not a banker, but it's pretty clear.
And
Anyway, at any rate, okay. Senator Recto?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on this. Maybe we should ask the BSP governor or deputy governor in this case. What is the possible penalty of RCBC? What are the range of penalties?
For what, Mr. Chairman? For this
Yes.
situation? Well, there are several things that are applicable here, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the BSP's charter, our penalties are limited by law. That is 30,000 maximum per day and or per transaction. So that is assessed on a case-by-case basis, Mr. Chairman, depending on the circumstances of the situation. In addition to monetary penalties, the BSP, through the Monetary Board, can also impose what we call non-monetary sanctions, which is basically administrative disciplinary actions against persons responsible and also on the bank. But beyond that, under the anti-money laundering law, there are also provisions of law that may be applicable with respect to monetary penalties, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Espinilla, with regard to penalties, it is possible that the penalty for RCBC is 30,000 pesos.
That's per day, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, still.
Yes, that's
Mababa. So would you recommend to this committee that later on, aside from the charter of the BSP, but maybe in the AMLA law, that we increase the penalties also for banks
yes, Mr.
who
Chairman.
may have been involved or may be involved in anti-money laundering? I mean, whether or not they knew, if the bank's protocol systems are not proper, then certain penalties should be established, significant, no? And then we read all these articles in other jurisdictions, particularly in the U.S. Penalties there range all the way up to billions of dollars. Is that correct? Could you provide the committee what other jurisdictions have, since we're talking about following international standards?
I think it is just applying the principle of proportionality here. I think there is certainly basis for the Senate and Congress to consider higher penalties than is currently under the
Yes.
law. And as I think Your Honor also mentioned about the pending request under the BSP Charter Amendment to increase the possible penalties that may be imposable by the BSP. So, and this is because the economy has grown and the transactions have grown. So I think there should be flexibility there. So
Could you provide specific recommendations in the future? You can think about it, what the penalty ranges should be, not only in the BSP Charter, I suppose, but in the AMLA law itself, di ba?
yes, Mr. Chairman, that could be part of the
Something
submission.
specific, because in the past, in all the recommendations of AMLA brought to Congress, mababa in the passive penalties. I remember having debates on this before, way back in 2001, insofar as penalties are concerned. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mababa pati yung recommendations, but now, you could come back to us and make the specific recommendations.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. That
Okay.
we would do that.
Yeah. With the permission of
Mr.
the chair, just another item on civil forfeiture, because I think we left that in the last hearing. No? Meron ng perang inabot sa inyo, nasa AMLA na, or safekeeping with the BSP or AMLA. Okay? At yung tanong ngayon ay, apparently there was an acknowledgement receipt signed also by the ambassador of Bangladesh, if I'm not mistaken, if I correctly remember. No? Having said that, gaano katagal ba yung civil forfeiture cases? And who should be filing these civil forfeiture cases?
Mr. Chairman, may I defer to the AMLAC representative, Director Julie Bakayaban.
So that we can help guide the government of Bangladesh here also.
Yes, Mr. Abab, please apprise us of the latest developments with regard to this issue.
Your Honor, to answer the question of Senator Recto as to how do we file petition for civil forfeiture, well, a petition for civil forfeiture is filed in the name of the Republic of the Philippines, as represented by the AMLAC. As to how long it takes for the court to resolve a petition for civil forfeiture, it depends on the nature of the case filed before the courts. If it's just simple, let's say just one bank account involved in the petition, that it will not take long before the court can render
No, in this case, the
judgment.
money is already with you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there is no bank account. At least with the 4.6 million and the 38 million pesos, possibly the 107 million with Soler, di ba? If there are no oppositors, how long will that take?
It will not take that long. Probably we'll just comply with the procedural process, like the service of notice to the public probably by publication, and then of course if there are other known claimants to the property subject of petition, then we will also serve notices to those known or identified claimants.
In this case, meron bang claimant?
In this case, we have to implead the person who turned over the money because he has an interest in the money that is subject of the forfeiture. So we have to comply with the procedural requirements, Your Honor, on services of notices. And then, of course, the court would set the case for hearing, and we cannot tell how when the court would set the case for hearing. But under the rules, once the case is submitted for resolution, I mean, after all the parties have been heard and all the required pleadings are submitted and all pieces of evidence have been presented in court, then under the rule on civil forfeiture, the court has 30 days within which to render judgment from the time the case is submitted for resolution, Your Honor.
So kung walang oppositor, mabilis lang to.
If there's no oppositor, Your Honor, the case may be set for ex parte presentation of evidence, meaning the court will allow the AMLAC to present its evidence ex parte, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you for that. Okay. To PAGCOR, may I ask PAGCOR, dun sa mga linaro sa casino, may share ba ang PAGCOR dun? And so was part of the winnings, taxes, and all of that?
Yes, Your Honor. By way of...
Magkano naman ang kinita ng PAGCOR dun sa mga linaro?
For MIDAS, 15% of the GGR, meaning gross gaming revenue.
And how much was that?
Our branch manager for MIDAS maybe.
Yes.
So the average share of government from MIDAS junket operations is from the average of 35 to 50 million naman, sir. Of the
No,
15%.
I'm talking about this amount of money that was played in MIDAS, for example. How much did you make?
Sir, offhand, we cannot...
Why not? You are the regulator.
No,
You are in
because-
the treasury.
Yes, but...
So magkano kinita?
It's all intermingled with other winnings of the junket operation.
No, ulitin natin ha. Magkano pumasok sa MIDAS? Eastern Hawaii, 1 billion, di ba? Let's say yung 450 hindi nalaro. Kasi bayad utang yun, if I'm not mistaken. 550 yung linaro. Magkano kinita niyo dun?
May I refer you to Attorney Kat? Can you give the details, please?
Your Honor, actually, for the whole month of February, what is actually declared to us by Eastern Hawaii is the total gross gaming revenue for that whole month. So we have to determine which portion of that gross gaming revenue actually pertains to the GAO playing account.
Until now, you've not determined that?
Your Honor, we've been looking at it for the whole week since Senator Bam raised that the last hearing. And we have to look at the player records.
So you've not done that yet?
We have done that, Your Honor.
But you don't have the answer yet?
We don't have the exact amount, Your Honor, because we
Okay.
don't want to give you a guesswork. So
How
we
long
want
will
to
it
give
take?
you the accurate.
Yes, yeah. How long will it take?
Your Honor, that is actually the same question that is actually being asked of us by the AMLAC. So we have asked PAGCOR to give us about 10 working days to look at it.
I have one question. Why is it LRWC is a private corporation?
It is a publicly listed corporation, Your
Yes,
Honor.
it's private, publicly listed, right? Okay. But the regulator here and the operator is PAGCOR.
Your Honor, the junket operations are subcontracted to PIKI.
Who subcontracted it?
PAGCOR, sir.
Oh, tama. You are the operator and the regulator.
We operate the regular gaming tables, but for the junket tables...
Yes, but you subcontracted it. Kayo rin. Not
Yes, sir.
only that, you're not only the operator, but the regulator.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mean to tell me, you don't know how much you made? You cannot
Sir,
answer the question.
No, we do, but right now, with the
Well,
the
give me a
period in
ballpark
question...
What is the ballpark figure? What is that 15%? Because I will ask a follow-up question. What could that number be? We will not hold you accountable for that number. Na specific, yun na yung amount na yun. What could be that ballpark figure be? If you don't know how much you're making,
No.
approximately.
Approximately about, for that month alone, it's about 48 million.
So from this transaction,
That's the
roughly
15%.
48 million pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So what is the disposition of PAGCOR here? Yan ba posibleng masaoli? I'm just wondering. Yan ba posibleng masaoli din? Are you thinking about it or not even thinking about it?
No,
I'm just
in fact,
curious.
we were asked by Senator Bamakino last hearing, and we replied by saying that since we are under the office of the President, a directive from the President will allow us to return the amount.
Okay. So you will seek guidance from the office of the President kung posibleng isasaoli yun. Okay. Thank you for that. Let me continue with the permission of the chair. Maybe a few. So, well, you know, my questions are really with PhilRem as well, no? But since they're not here yet, and the messenger, because they are key to this as well, no? Very important. That's why we asked the messenger to be here too. But since they're not yet here, maybe I can ask this question to Kim Wong, Mr. Kim Wong. You said in your testimony na kulang pa, may natitirang pera sa PhilRem. Is that correct?
Opo, Your Honor.
Magkano yung natitirang pera based on your testimony?
70 million something po.
$17 million, di ba?
Opo.
At saka yan, tugma na yan dun sa presentation ko rin in the previous hearings na parang nga may 17 million bang natitira sa kanya.
Opo,
sa kanila,
sir.
no? And you're saying na you did not receive that $17 million.
Hindi po.
Okay. But then you also said, on the first night that they delivered, di ba? Meron, magkano yun, yung first night? And what was the date? Just to remind everyone. February 5 na gabi sa Soler.
Opo, February 5, 80 million pesos, tsaka 20 million pesos po.
Okay.
Cash po.
Correct, di ba? And for several days, ang total na nakuha mo sa kanila was 400 million pesos and $5 million. Is that correct?
Opo, plus yung 100 million nakuha sa SORE, plus 300 million, 400, plus 5 million US dollars.
Correct.
Opo.
So total 400 plus $5 million. Now,
Opo, sir.
And how many times was that? Ilang kayong beses? One in Soler, one happened in Soler, and 3 sa bahay nila.
Opo. 3 times po.
So, 4 na beses yan, di ba?
Opo, sir.
Okay, now. On the first night, February 5, anong oras ng gabi yun?
Mga 7:30.
7:30.
Opo.
So, binigay sa'yo 80 plus 20. Yung 20, sino nagbigay?
Si Maya po.
Si Maya nagbigay. Kaya may testimonya ka, yung kotse niya nandun, may letrato, di ba?
Opo, sir.
Okay. And then you mentioned also, sinong kaharap mo? Kaharap mo ba si Konkon o yung babae?
Ang una dumating po si Concom po.
Okay. Sino nag-abot ng 80 sa'yo?
Yung Concom kasi po, dumating mga magse-7 po. Dumating yung pera niya, mga 7:30 po. Tapos, yung tao niya po, dalawa.
Kasama ni Konkon?
Opo. Tapos yung isang driver ko po, tapos hinatid niya ako, Soler po, malayo po yun eh. Tapos umakyat po sa second floor. Tapos doon ho binilang yung 80 million, tsaka 20 million. Binigyan yung sa cage.
Sino nagbilang? Yung cage na mismo?
Hindi, ako mismo pumunta para inabot ang bundle-bundle lang po.
Correct.
Tapos, para yung 80 million, para makita sa harap ng tao ni Concon, 80 dala nila, so binilang bundle-bundle. So, 100 million po. Pero hindi pa ho nila binilang isa-isa. Kumbaga, 100 million po, nakaano po.
Bundle.
Tapos si Ding po nandun. Binigay ni Ding, ito yung account ilalagay mo sa pangalan ko. Si
okay.
Ding Shishi po.
Correct. Okay.
Opo.
Nandun ba si Wei Kangshu?
Wala po.
Wala.
Wala po.
So on that first day, So, ang testimonya dito kasi nung unang araw din yung asawa ni Concon, yung babae sa PhilRem. Anong pangalan niya? Salud. Ang sabi niya, siya ang nagbigay sa iyo. So, sinasabi mo, hindi totoo si Concon mismo ang nagbigay.
Hindi, si Concon kasi po nagdala.
Oo.
Oh, late na ho kami nagkita.
Okay. Nakita mo ba si Salud?
Opo.
So, nandun din siya.
Late na ho siya lumating.
Late siya dumating.
Oh,
Pero
nagpagkain na sa amin.
yung unang hearing kasi, hindi niya binabanggit si Concon. Ang binanggit lang niya, siya ang nagdala, and then in the succeeding, yung messenger niya. In fact, wala nga sinasabi sa bahay nila eh. Kayo na lang ang nagsabi sa bahay nila na tinanggap na rin nila sa bahay nila nangyari, yung iba. Di ba?
Opo, pero si Concon pong nagdala eh. Kasi may mga tao naman nakakita po yun.
Okay.
Opo.
Now, the next point is, maliwanag ba kay Concon na ang kausap nila talaga dyan, ikaw, hindi si Wei Kangshu? Ibig ko sabihin, kasi meron sila resibong pinakita, di ba?
Ganito po sa yun. Kasi sabi ho ni Dila Concon, yung 100 million, kanila lagay. So, sabi ni Gao, kaya may recipient nila Concon kung sino. So, sabi ko, Gao, pingin isang pang 100 million lang. So, sabi ko kay Concon, na ito, pang 100 million lang, pesos lang po. Kasi isang balitang player lang po. O yun, tapos na, nagkaganon-ganon sila ni Ding tsaka ni Gao. Sabi ni Ding, akin mo na itong cash. Suppose we dapat dadalhin sa Maidas. Sabi ni Ding, hindi, gusto na namin maglaro na, kaya dinala sa taas. Opo.
Ang puntos ko dito,
Opo, sir.
Mr. Wong, is
Opo.
this, no? Gusto kong i-establish kung totoo bang may taong Wei Kangshu.
Totoo po, may tao po si Wei Kangshu. Player po ni Gao sa Maidas po.
Correct, okay.
Opo.
Pero nung araw na yon sa Soler, nandun ba yung Wei Kangshu?
Wala po. Marami ako ngayon nagtatanong sa akin, saan ba si Wei Kangshu? Sabi ko, hindi lang po nila nakita.
Okay. So, kasi dito sa resibo na pinapakita nila, na binigay sa committee, ang tumanggap daw si Wei Kangshu. Yun ang sinasabi nila eh.
Hindi ko po alam yun.
So, sinasabi mo na at least on that day, hindi totoo na wala si Wei Kangshu doon sa Soler.
Yung sa araw lang po yun.
Yung 100 milyon.
Opo, wala po talaga.
Wala siya doon.
Wala po.
Okay. At nag-dinner pa kayo.
Opo.
Di ba?
Opo.
At sino magkasama sa dinner sa Soler?
Si Maya po, ako po, si Concon, tsaka si Mrs. Concon po.
So, 4 kayo.
Opo.
So, alam nila talaga na ang delivery ay para sa iyo, para kay Ding ba yun, o kung sino yun, Mr. Gao or whatever.
Actually po si Gao, tsaka kay Ding. Opo.
Tama.
Opo,
Okay.
sir.
At hindi si Wei Kangshu.
Wala po. Sinabi lang po namin kasi na yung 100 million, kasi una-una, sabi ni Gao, para sa player niya, para makapag-umpisa. Kaya lang to si Ding, akin mo na yun, gusto namin yung daruhin kagad.
Tama.
So, kumbaga, parang siya ng recipient ng po, doon sa 100
So,
million
sa madaling
pesos.
salita, Mr. Wong, sinasabi mo, nagsisinungaling sila at they fabricated evidence, yun ba ang sinasabi mo, na meron dito resibo na nakapirma yung messenger na ito inabot to kay Wei Kangshu. Hindi totoo yun. Kasi nandun ka. At least on the first instance.
Opo. Sinasabi ko lang po yung actual po, pero hindi ko alam po paano ginawa nila. Hindi ko po alam.
Okay. Tapos sa bahay nila, meron ka bang kasamang Wei Kangshu nung pumunta kayo sa bahay nila para kunin yung ibang pera?
Wala po.
Wala rin.
Opo.
Not at any time.
Wala po.
Wala. So alam nila na ikaw talaga ang kausap in behalf of Gao o Ding o kung sino man yung
Pinapakuha lang po sa akin nila Ding
Pinapakuha,
ganito.
kaya nga,
Kasi kailangan daw nila yung
Tama.
yung pera po.
Okay.
Opo.
So, hindi totoo yung Wei Kangshu.
Wala po.
Wala. Okay, so para at least maliwanag yun, base sa testimonya ninyo. Kasi meron dito mga resibong pinakita na nakapirma yung Wei Kangshu. So lumalabas nga dito, may nawawalang 17 pa. Dahil yung more or less na naka-entrust na sa Bangko Sentral natin, Yung $4.6 million, yung 38 million pesos, may 107 million sa Soler, at merong pangakong 450 million na ibabalik kayo sa Bank of Bangladesh through the AMLAC, di ba? Yun ang nabanggit ninyo, no?
Opo, sir.
So halos kalahati na yun eh. Noong 34 na kwinenta natin nung nakaraan.
Opo, sir. Opo.
So you stand by na may 17 million.
Kasi po, hinahanap din tsaka ni Ikaw po yun eh.
Hanggang ngayon?
Hindi po, nung that time po, nag-away po kami.
So, meron nagtago ng $17 million. Maliwanag.
Palagay ko po.
Sige. Okay, maraming salamat. Isang tanong na lang sa RCBC. I know that this is a difficult question to answer. But let me lead to that. No? How much was your profit last year?
Last year.
Yeah. 7 billion, more
It's
or
about
less?
5.2 billion.
5.2. So more or less you make about 5 billion a year
Yeah, around that.
on the average. No? And the total assets is about half
We
a
ended
trillion.
we ended 2015 with 534 billion
Okay.
total assets.
And the total capital of RCBC is
About 56 billion.
56 billion. The market cap of RCBC is
Probably around 40 to 45 billion today. I haven't looked at the stock price today.
okay. But prior to this happening, what was the market cap of RCBC?
Probably a few billion higher than 40 to
More or less,
45
more or
billion.
less.
Probably around 45 billion. Yeah. But you know, the best valuation, Your Honor, last year we brought in Cathay Financial Holdings from Taiwan,
Yes.
the biggest financial services group in Taiwan, and they valued the bank at around 90 billion pesos.
90 billion pesos. And market cap today or yesterday was what, 42 billion?
Around 40 to 45 billion, more or less.
So kung valuation-wise, you're 50% less of what it should be.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you've taken a hit because of this issue.
Well, you can see the fluctuation in
Yeah.
the stock
So on
price. depends,
paper,
yes.
on paper, you've lost 40, 50 billion on paper.
Well, it's not entirely because of this issue, Your Honor. I think
Yeah.
the general Philippine stock market corrected after May.
No, I understand all of that, no?
Yeah.
But it's significant. I mean, kahit papaano natamaan in that sense, ha?
Yes.
Now, assuming lang, just to put on record, no? If we're talking about $80 million and 30 million masasooli, assuming lang, natira 50 million. $50 million at roughly 2.2 billion pesos. Assuming that the RCBC gives this to the Bank of Bangladesh, your 5 billion profit minus 2.2, kita pa rin kayo ng 3 billion. And then maybe your market price will improve back to what it used to be. And you would gain from that anyway. And maybe your stock price will hit whatever value and you make the protocol corrections and maybe you can gain 90 billion more again. I have something for the board to consider, I suppose. I don't know. I'm not making a recommendation, but it just crossed my mind.
Well, you're correct, Your Honor. I think our business is an actuarial business. Again, we have 16 products or 16 services that we sell to every corporate or consumer customer. And we either lose money on bad loans, bad trades, or operational losses like this one. On the average, we provision 1 to 2 billion a year on those types of losses.
Correct.
No?
Correct.
So if we're found liable, yes,
Yeah.
I would recommend to the board to
Yeah.
set aside a certain sum of money.
Correct, di ba? So thank you for the very candid response, and I hope you don't mind me asking that question.
It's okay, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you. That will be good for your stockholders also anyway, I suppose. No? Okay. And then finally, with the BSP. to the BSP. The last hearing I asked, has this affected OFWs? Tumaas na ba yung cost nila? Let me add another question. No? Not only in terms of cost, but may delay na ba? Nahihirapan ba yung OFWs to transact with money remittance operators, to transact with banks, para magpadala ng pera sa Pilipinas? Tumaas ba yung cost nila? Natatagalan ba? May delay na ba? Nahihirapan ba sila? Nabawasan ba yung banko that they can deal with? Nabawasan ba yung remittance companies that they can deal with? Tinamaan na ba sila, so to speak? Oh. First question, yes.
Mr. Chairman, on that point, my response then was, if we are going to directly attribute to this one right away, we are still monitoring that situation. But I explained that even before this happened, Mr. Chairman, we were already observing some closures of accounts of correspondent banks, which has...
But not because of this.
Not necessarily because of this.
So not because of our AMLA law.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think the way to appreciate that is these accounts were being closed down by some banks overseas, mainly because of their business assessment regarding the AMLA risk in the country. And for that, they consider...
When you say the AMLA risk in the country because our AMLA law is insufficient?
That is part of their...
and when you say correspondent banks, are you talking about foreign banks?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Not the local banks?
Not the local banks, Mr. Chairman.
Oh.
So because...
So it could either be of two things, di ba? They want the business for themselves.
Well, yes, that's why...
I mean, it's their business model. Ayaw nilang to deal with our own banks, pinahihirapan nila yung bangko natin para yung negosyo mapunta sa kanila. That's one. Or two, if it's AMLA, because, you know, we can all see the threat of terrorism globally. So timing kasi ngayon You have all these problems on terrorism in Europe. Diba?
That's right, Mr. Chairman. So these are possibilities.
Correct.
That's why...
but nothing related to this incident yet.
I don't think I'll be able to make that strong conclusion at this point,
Correct.
Mr. Chairman.
No, because you said, my question is about this incident. May naramdaman na kayo. And your reply was, prior pa lang, meron na kami.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Sige. Let's leave it at that at the moment. Okay? So that's one. Two, what about, so we discussed OFWs. What about the difficulties of our banks right now with regard to regular transactions, not necessarily OFW? Are they experiencing difficulty because of this issue? Muna, let's start with that.
Mr. Chairman, we do not see that
Walang
at this
ganon.
time.
Okay.
Our banking system is quite strong,
No,
Mr. Chairman.
I'm not talking about, I know that our banking system is strong. I'm talking about dealing with remitting foreign exchange outside coming in, here, going out. I mean, because of these issues that affected our banks, in so far as trade is concerned. Wala naman.
Anecdotally, we asked, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
and anecdotally, there's been some, what I would say, more questions are now being asked of our banks regarding the situation.
When you say more questions, what do you mean? Let's say a Filipino businessman is remitting money to the country, not necessarily an OFW. Does he have to fill up more forms?
No,
Is there delays? Are costs higher? Wala naman.
No, Mr. Chairman. What I meant was the counterparts of our local banks, they are revalidating their assessment that their relationship is still, they shouldn't be concerned about the anti-money laundering compliance of their
And you're saying that is
counterparties.
because of this incident?
I would say that that is a direct reaction of,
Direct
because this is a
reaction,
high
yeah.
publicity event, Mr.
I
Chairman.
understand. And then prior to this, I've heard of complaints among our banks, and not necessarily because of the law, but the international regime in place today. Is that true? I mean, do any of our banks have difficulty right now? Not in terms of our banks, you know, I know that our banks are solid. I'm talking about in transacting with other foreign banks, may konti bang problema in that sense na mas maraming paperwork, mas maraming delays, or something to that effect? Wala naman.
Mr. Chairman, the factual answer there is that there has been some issues like that in terms of foreign banks wanting to limit, not all, some banks in some jurisdictions wanting to limit correspondent banking relationships with local banks. And the context of that is the broader concern about their own anti-money laundering compliance. You will recall that some banks have been fined heavily, so they're being extra cautious. So any doubt, for example, they tend to overreact to this, Mr. Chairman, and this is what we are also arguing with at an international level for more reason in these matters, Mr. Chairman.
I get it. Okay. Thank you for that response, for my better understanding of the situation. At this point in time, Mr. Chairman, since Philrem is not here and the messenger is not here, I do not have further questions. Thank you very much to the candid responses of our resource persons.
Yes, thank you. Philrem, I see the lawyer is here. What happened to your clients?
Good morning, Your Honor. I was told the salute is on her way. I just came from court. Sorry for the delay. So I thought she would be here already, but I was said she was on her way, so maybe she'll be in a few minutes, Your Honor.
All right, all right. Is the Deputy Governor?
Mr. Chairman, our SWIFT code expert is available at this point.
Okay, then can we have him? Her. Okay, thank you. Bakante po dito. Para hindi na magano si Deputy Governor. Dito na po. Okay. Whatever. Sige. Please identify yourself, ma'am.
I'm Nenita Kadapan from Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas.
Marisa?
Nenita Kadapan from
Kadapan.
Bangko Sentral.
Okay, Bangko Sentral. What's your position in the Bangko Sentral?
Acting manager sa SSD2 po, in charge ng SWIFT messaging.
SWIFT messaging. All right. Okay. Could you kindly tell us, dito sa SWIFT messaging, one of the issues that came out is that would a bank which is supposed to be familiar with SWIFT codes know that the SWIFT code sender is a central bank and not just an ordinary bank?
Meron ho kasing mga SWIFT big code. So, pag nag-send po kayo using your big code, mag-appear din po kung saang bangko tsaka kung anong locality. So, yung ano po ng Bangko Sentral, PHCBP, pag nag-send po kayo, lalabas din po Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Manila. So, ma-identify mo po kung saan at sino yung na-registered na sa BIC na yon.
Paano po ulit?
Doon po sa BIC, meron hong 8 characters. BIC code po. Yun yung dinedesignate na code for an institution kung SWIFT member.
Kung sa tao, pangalan yon.
Apo. Para ho kayong may code. So, binibigyan ho kayo ng code ng SWIFT kung nag-register kayo as a member. Tapos po, pag nag-send po kayo ng messages, mag-appear din po kung ano yung institution nyo tsaka kung saan kayong locality. So iba po. Kunyari, Citibank po, Manila, Citibank, New York, may iba-iba po siyang big code.
Big code?
Opo.
BIG?
BIC po.
BIC? BIC?
Identifiers code po. Parang doon ka ma-identify na yun po yung gagamitin mo to make or to send messages.
And would banks ordinarily know if it's a central bank or not based on the BIC code?
Ano po, makikita po yung bank nyo kasi pag nag-encode po kayo ng big code, mag-a-appear din po yung bank tsaka kung saan locality, kung saan place.
And the receiver of the message from the sender would know.
Opo. Kasi pwede nyo rin no, kung hindi yung updated some big code po, hindi nag-a-appear. Kasi pwede ko kayo mag-extend ng 3 characters. For example po, yung sa central bank, PHCB, PMM, pwede kayong maglagay ng international for specific na unit. So doon po, pwede nyong i-check, pwede na kong i-google ngayon kung saan po siya naka-assign. So if ever po na gusto mong i-identify kung saan yun galing, ma-check naman po, mabi-verify.
Hindi po. Pero based on the BIC code, the name, you would know if it's a central bank.
Apo. Pero some big code na hindi pa updated, hindi nag-a-appear po kung Bangko Sentral, Manila, hindi siya nag-a-appear. So yung big code lang po. Pero na-accept po siya sa system.
I'm talking about central bank of other countries.
Apo,
sending messages here.
Makikita po.
Makikita. At mare-recognize.
Apo. Kasi naka-assign po siya. Apo, specific.
By the code.
Kunwari ho, yung Fed Reserve.
By the code, not the name.
Apo, yung code po, ma-identify niya kung anong institution yun tsaka saang lugar po.
Would they know the code?
Opo, pwede pong
meron silang
malaman.
listahan doon?
Mr. Chairman,
pwede pong malaman.
I think
Senator Aquino?
what we're asking is, kung i-check mo, malalaman mo kung sino yun.
Opo, you
Diba?
will know. You can, it's
Yun nga.
verifiable
Pag chinek mo, malalaman mo kung sino. Pag hindi mo chinek, hindi mo naman siguro
Pero
authorized.
if you have a relationship, kasi bago po kayo mag-send ng messages, may relationship. Hindi yung kasi kayo basta-basta makasend kung walang RMA. Yun ho yung parang relationship arrangement that you can receive and send messages to any institution na member po ng SWIFT.
Yeah, but if you have no relationship, then you receive a big code from a bank. Would you know that it came from a central bank, considering that you have no relationship?
Bali po kasi yung SWIFT, mag-instruct kayo sa isang bangko na meron kayong relationship na sasabihin nyo na kunwari po, MT-103 na nabanggit kanina. So, magbibigay kayo ng message instruction sa inyong bangko na bayaran itong beneficiary na ito na through an account. So, itong beneficiary pong ito, meron siyang account na babayaran ng Fed if ever yung Fed Reserve Bank po yung may relationship kayo. Katulad po ng, in our case, Nostro Bank namin siya. Ibig sabihin, may account kami sa Fed. Pwede namin pong mag-instruct sa Fed to pay a beneficiary through an account sa isang bangko dito sa Pilipinas. So, ang Fed po, hindi siya mag-execute ng payment to an institution na wala siyang account, wala siyang relationship, ganun po. So, yung authenticated po, ini-execute lang yun ng isang bangko na meron kaming account. Ipo-push through po niya yung execution ng payment. Basta authenticated.
Okay, that's a lengthy explanation, but...
Sorry po.
Okay. Yes, Senator Bam?
Kung wala ho kayong relationship, pwede ba kayong mag-send ng messages sa isa't isa?
Opo, yung yung free format, yung MT-999.
Okay.
Ano po siya, it's an authentic message, instruction, pero ano po siya, free formatted. So, ibig sabihin ho, ang difference ng authentic na message, authentic siya message, pwede ho siyang pumasok sa SWIFT, pero hindi siya authenticated. Ang authenticated po, i-execute niya yung instruction.
Just to be fair to RCBC, anyone from RCBC can answer, no? Do you have a relationship with Bank of Bangladesh?
No, we have never had any relationship with
That's
them.
why it entered into your system as the free form.
Well, 999 is not authenticated. But I was mentioning earlier, 192 would have been the stop payment or the request for cancellation of payment, which...
But they cannot do that because they don't have a relationship with Bank of Bangladesh. Is that right?
Yes, kasi 192 po, cancellation STP straight through. If you have nag-send kayo ng message na 103, you can cancel that instruction using the MT-192.
But only if you have a relationship with the other bank.
Opo.
In this case, you did not...
Since wala ho silang RMA with Central Bank of Bangladesh, ang option po niya yung free format.
Which is the 999.
Opo.
Okay. The other, Attorney Fernandez, the other messages that you received aside
Yes.
from the 999,
Yes.
I think you mentioned the one, there was a 192 and a 199.
There was a 192, but it did not pertain to any of these accounts.
Who did that come from?
Unidentified, but it's one. We received one empty 192, and it's not related to anything
Okay,
here.
it's not, it
Not
didn't come
related.
from the Bank of
I
Bangladesh.
just identified that it was part of the 790 emails that we
Okay.
received.
Your emails pertaining to the 5 fictitious accounts opened in RCBC Jupiter, what kind of message did you receive in the SWIFT internal system?
From the Bank of Bangladesh, we received the MT 999.
Okay.
That's the not authenticated free format message.
Okay, just to make it clear, yung corresponding banks, kayo ma'am, you're the SWIFT expert, no? Yung mga corresponding banks po ng RCBC, I think in this case it was Citibank, Wells Fargo, if I'm not mistaken, and Bank of New York. Should they have been the ones to give the 192, the MT 192?
In our case, when we send, if you're the sending bank, kayo po yung nag-send ng instruction, you should be the one to send the cancellation instruction, the MT-192.
No, but in this case, wala naman silang relationship kay
Opo.
RCBC, so they could not send an 192. They could only send a 999. Is
Opo.
that right?
Pero authentic message din po yun. Dapat i-check din po. Kasi message, we use the free format if our counterparty needs additional information. So magagamit niyo rin po yun.
Does not mean na kung freeform ginamit mo, it's less persuasive.
Opo. Kasi,
it does not mean that.
Opo, it can provide additional information or pwedeng mga queries doon ka mag-ano. Kasi free format po yun eh. Mas malaki yung fields niya na maglagay ka ng mga relevant information.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, on that note, I'm done. But on other questions I have.
Pero na-establish ba na the Bank of Bangladesh could not have sent a 192 because they have no relationship?
192, authenticated po siya.
Yes.
So, dapat may RMA po kayo.
Dapat may?
Yung meron hong relationship na kapag establish ho kayo
so
ng
in this case,
management.
walang relationship. So they could not have sent a 192.
Hindi po. Tsaka yung 192 po, may reference siya na kailangan to cancel the message. Kailangan niya yung reference ng 103 na pinadala mo previously for that instruction to be canceled. So, hingi po siya ng mandatory na reference ng message na dapat i-cancel. So, if wala siyang previous message, hindi rin ho invalid din po yung 192.
Okay. Yes, RCBC.
Your Honor, just to also add, we never received any 192 from any of the correspondent banks. They did send 199s, but no 192, Your Honor.
Sorry, MT-103?
192. We never received any 192.
Walang canceled.
Okay, okay. In that case, I guess that's enough for the 192 and 199. Just to verify, you did reply to Bank of Bangladesh at what date? February 9, am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We replied at, I think, 3 o'clock in the afternoon of February 9.
It says here 2052, 8 o'clock.
sorry, sir, I don't see the time, but we did reply on February 9. Our reply indicated we acknowledge receipt of your notice. Acting on your instructions, we have placed on hold the remaining proceeds from the transactions which you have labeled doubtful transactions. This is without prejudice to additional information, notices, or instructions that may be received by the bank and which may be contrary to your instructions.
Nandito sa taas, nakalagay dito correspondent input reference, tapos nakalagay 2052. Can you see it?
Which account, Your Honor, are you looking at?
Your reply, you just read it.
Yes.
Transaction reference number RCBC 160209A.
Okay, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Is that 2052?
160209A, that's the transaction reference number.
That's the 16029, that's the date.
Yes, February 9.
Before that, it says 2052. That's the time.
I don't see it in my copy, Your Honor. I'm not sure what copy you have, but it's not in my copy, Your Honor. My copy says F20 transaction reference number RCBC-160209A. That's all.
Yes, we have the same. I don't know why
see the
yours
time.
doesn't have this.
This is, I don't have the time, Your Honor.
That
Here. I
cannot
don't have
be.
those
We have the
numbers.
same reference number, the same.
I have the
This is
original-
that's from your
Yes,
bank?
Your Honor. Yes, this is the original document, Your Honor, from our bank.
Okay, let me just show you what I have so that then we'll get back to you. Moving on, we'll go back to you after you've examined it. I just want this issue cleared before we move on. I understand, Philram is here, but it seems you are all alone. Where is Mr. Concon Bautista?
Sir, I'm sorry for being late. I just came from the hospital. I had to attend to my husband.
Your husband's in the hospital.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's wrong with him?
He has an acute stomach pain, so I had to talk to the doctor.
Okay. Where is your messenger?
Your
He
Honor,
also has stomach pains?
no, Your Honor, my messenger is not feeling well, but I have his affidavit with me.
Your messenger is not feeling well again.
Yes, Your Honor.
So every hearing he will be not feeling well.
I don't know, Your Honor. I hope not.
Okay, give your affidavit to the you really give us this feeling of evasion. A messenger not feeling well once during a hearing, maybe. But this is another hearing 1 week apart, and still your messenger is not feeling well again. At any rate, let's move on. We'll get back to you. My colleagues have been waiting for your presence, and they will be asking you questions. I just wanted one thing cleared. Let's go back to RCBC. Anyone, please. Who is Nancy Kyoge?
She is our regional service head, Your Honor.
When you say regional service head, that's head office, right?
Head office, Your Honor.
Okay, I have here a message. February 5, 2016, 6:18 p.m. Nancy Kyoge wrote, who is Sir Beng? Sir Beng, I called up Sir Mael, panay sir to, and he's asking if we can hold the crediting to the account first while he's trying to contact DSD Atoy and BM Maya. Thanks, Nancy Kyoge. Could anyone explain to me what this is?
Your Honor, there was an error in her term when she said she asked for the credit to be held. Because
Who is she? Sorry for interrupting,
Nancy,
but
Nancy
Nancy
Quioque.
is writing to whom?
Nancy is writing to our
Who
Beng
is-
Eco. Beng Eco is a man, and he is in our operations group, Your Honor.
So it's head office talking from one department talking to another
Yes, Your
department.
Honor. From one group to another group. He's the deputy group head, Your Honor. And Nancy, there was a discussion on February 5 because our operations group, when they, at the end of the day, when they saw that the amounts were rather large, they placed the accounts on hold. And they asked our...
Wait. They placed the accounts on hold?
At the end of the day, Your Honor.
And you noticed that they were rather large.
At the end of the day, yes.
Yes, at the
Taken
end of the
together,
day.
yes.
In fact, this is at 6:18
Yes, Your Honor.
p.m. So that's end of day,
Yes, Your
obviously.
Honor.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
So our operations group contacted our retail branches, retail banking group, and advised them that they were putting it on hold until further information from the branch. And there were a series of calls made, and by that time, Maya Deguito told two people that these are her long-standing clients. The funds had been awaited for over a year. The documents were all in order. And on the basis of that, several calls were made and the hold was lifted on that evening, Your Honor.
The hold was lifted because?
Yes.
Because?
Of the misrepresentations of Maya Deguito, Your Honor.
What were the so-called the alleged?
She basically said that these were her long-standing clients and that their documents were in order and that they had been waiting for the funds for a long period of time.
Long-standing clients,
They had been
documents
waiting
in
for the
order.
funds, and they had been waiting for the funds for a long time.
For a long
Mr.
time.
Chair.
Yes, Senator Soto.
Just on that point, I was just told about this. Is it true that the practice in bank treasuries is to have phone conversations recorded?
For trades, Your Honor, yes, it's the
Yes, to
practice.
backtrack in case there
Yes,
is a
Your
dispute,
Honor.
diba?
Yes.
So are these phone conversations that you're
No,
talking about recorded?
Your Honor, they're not.
Why not?
Well, they're not trades, so it's not covered. And I would assume that many of the calls were made using a mobile phone because of the time.
So this practice is no longer feasible?
We record conversations on landlines, and this would pertain to trades or orders, but not pertaining to a discussion of this nature. And I am almost certain that the phones used were mobile phones, Your Honor.
Even in the case of the branch and in these transactions with
I'm not
the
sure
account
what...
holders of Go, Vasquez,
I have no idea on those, Your Honor.
Can
Maybe
you look into
Maya
that?
is the better person.
can you look into that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Then I have another, yeah, 6:22 p.m. Sir Loreto, this is a valid remittance. BM, I suppose, is branch manager, should coordinate with clients on the nature of this inward, and we have to make sure that these accounts pass through the proper KYC procedure. Please call Atoy and let them decide if we hold the credit or not. What do you mean by the hold the credit or not?
The term is so carelessly used, Your Honor. The credit has been done. It's to hold the account or not. So at that point, they were already, if the sender of that is Nancy Quioque, Your Honor, they were discussing if the account
Yeah, the sender, I'm sorry, it's Nancy Quioque.
if
Yeah.
the account should be held, given KYC considerations, given that the amounts were large, basically the boots on the ground would be the branch. And so questions would then be referred to the branch to ask what kind of accounts are these? Because an amount in itself, even if large, may be justified under different circumstances. That's why there's always a need to refer to the branch, Your Honor.
Yes, but then you just admitted you do have the power to hold. The thing is, you did not hold this because you said the representation of the branch
Yes, Your
manager
Honor.
said that basically it's all right.
It would be hold.
But if the branch manager
Yes.
did say, you know, there's something wrong with this,
Yes.
then you would have been
Yes.
able to hold.
Yes, Your Honor. It's a temporary hold that we exercise. Our system and processes provide for that, Your
You
Honor.
would be able to make a
Yes.
temporary hold.
Yes.
And you did notice that it was a large amount. That's why
We did.
these emails were...
Our processes are in place, Your Honor. It just so happened that our branch manager gave us wrong information and
What would you... Okay. What would you have done had the branch my branch manager told you there's something wrong with this, so you would, of course, you'd put it on hold. Then what else? What else would
Then
you
we
have
would
done?
have called the account holder as well as the sender, and we would have found out what's happening. But in this case, it's really the account holder yet. There was no information or anything from Bangladesh at this time. We would talk to them, verify what is wrong, what is this for, can I see your KYC documents, a very detailed process. That is the proper procedure.
In other words, you'd have your own parang investigation of...
Yes, by the branch, assisted by the levels above the branch.
But you're saying now because of the representations of the bank manager, basically she said, hey, these accounts are all right, then you did
The
say...
hold was lifted, Your Honor.
Sorry?
The hold was lifted.
Yes, yes. Ms. Digito, would you care to comment on this whole... Thank you.
Your Honor, saan niyo po ako gusto mag-comment? Ang nami po kasi.
Sa lahat po ng pinag-usapan, itong mga email exchanges po, yung kay Nancy Kyoge, yung pinag-usapan ngayon.
The credit came after lunch po. During the time, walang tawag, walang anything.
I'm sorry, what day?
February 5 po.
Okay,
The
February 5.
remittance, opo, yung mga accounts were credited like mga parang after lunch. Hindi ko na po matandaan yung exactong time. And then, I've asked my SERO, si Torres, to email Settlements Department to ask for an advance copy of the MT-103. Kasi nga po, nagulat din ako bakit biglang na-credit. Wala man lang tawag sa Settlements Department na ano ba to, or hingan man lang ako ng dokumento to support the remittances.
Bakit? Kung merong remittances, meron talagang tawag ang Settlements Department sa inyo?
In the previous banks po kasi that I've been with, may ganon, especially if it's big. They will ask for supporting documents to support the remittance. Pero dito po kasi nagulat ako, biglang na-credit yung accounts. And sila na rin naman po nagsabi, di ba? Pag na-credit na yung accounts ng kliyente, we are powerless para hindi siya ipa-withdraw. Kasi that's considered withdrawable kasi cleared balance siya. But still, yun nga, I've asked the SERO to email Settlements Department at around past 2 o'clock po. Pero they replied, mag-aalas 6 na ng gabi.
Anong reply nung alas 6 ng gabi?
Attachment lang po ng mga MT-103. Yung MT-103 po kasi, doon nakalagay yung mga details, kung saan siya galing, kano yung amount, sino yung beneficiary, and the purpose of the remittance.
When you say MT, that refers to money transfers?
Text.
Message text?
Apo.
103. Why 103?
Yun po yung bank code niya.
Bank code. Internal sa inyo yan,
Apo.
yung 103. So, you ask Ms. Torres,
Apo.
am I correct?
Yes.
You ask Ms. Torres to talk to the Settlements Department.
There's an email from Torres sent to Settlements Department requesting for a copy of the MT-103, which was sent to past 2 o'clock po. And they replied, I think a copy of which we have already submitted to your office.
Okay. So, nung nangyari yon, ano nang ginawa mo? Nung walang nangyari?
Yun nga po, kasi credited siya. So, when I got an inquiry of the, what's the balance, ganyan. Few hours po later, may instructions na on what to do. Pero those were just the first tranche. I think yun yung parang unang transaction po to convert to dollars, which should be remitted to Bloomberry and Eastern Hawaii.
At sino nag-instruct sa iyo?
Si Sir Kim po.
Sino si Sir Kim?
Mr. Wong. Sorry.
Kim Wong.
Sorry po.
How was the instruction made?
Yun na po, i-convert po kasi lahat talaga yung dollars eh. Pero what I've converted during that time was yung kailangan lang for Bloomberry and Eastern Hawaii. Kasi nga po, I was hoping na kasi mag-weekend siya, makakapag-ADB pa ako. Although the promise naman was when everything will be converted to peso, babalik naman sa akin yung peso ADB nun eh. Kaya lang po, noong February 9 nga, nagkagulo-gulo na. Hindi na siya bumalik sa akin.
Paano po siya nagbigay ng instruction sa iyo?
Over the phone po.
Over the phone, so hindi mo nakita siya. Telepono lang, tumawag siya sa iyo.
Opo.
At base doon, kinary out mo yung instruction.
Yeah, may mga forms po sent to the branch.
How were the forms sent to the branch?
Yeah, wala pong cash withdrawal actual, yung mga, yung dollar notes, walang ganun. It was just fund transfer. Yun nga po, in the form of withdrawal and deposit slips lang. Actually, yung February 5, wala pa naman pong ganong problema. Tapos yun nga po nung gabi, parang I received a call from my boss asking kung regarding the accounts. Tinanong lang naman po ako kung kailan na-open yung account. Sabi ko, May 2015 pa. Tapos parang, are you waiting for this remittance? Pero kung hindi yung remittance po, matagal ako naghihintay na ng malaking volume for the branch. But I did not say na matagal ko na tong iniintay. Because I didn't know. Kumbaga, nung nakipag-meeting po ako sa kanila nung una when the account was open, hindi naman po nabanggit yan na may ganyan kalaki. All I wanted was an account. Si Mr. Wong just referred those accounts to me.
You said you talked to your boss. Your boss called you?
Yung district head ko called me.
Who is your district head?
Si Nestor Pineda po.
Nestor Pineda.
Apo. Siya yung una pong tumawag sa akin. He just inquired on the, yun nga po, yung mga accounts. And then he asked me kung parang, pwede muna ba natin yun i-hold, ganyan. Tapos sabi ko po, sir, bakit i-hold? Tapos sabi ko, kung gusto mo i-hold, sige, email mo na lang po ako. Tapos he didn't email me. And then I called up the other boss, yung regional sales director po, Bridget Capinya.
What's the name, please? What's the name?
Bridget Capinya.
Okay.
And then I told her nga, ma'am, pinapahold ni Sir Atoy yung, I'm referring to Nestor Pineda, pinapahold ni Sir Atoy yung credit for your remittance po. May mga withdrawals na nung hapon.
So pinapahold ni Sir
Atoy.
Atoy, oh.
Pero I asked him if he could email me para ma-hold yung funds. Tapos sabi niya, bakit i-hold remittance yan, cleared funds yan. Kumbaga dumaan ng mga Chorus Bank yan, may due diligence yan, ganyan. So hindi kailangan i-hold.
So who said it's cleared funds?
Si Ma'am Bridget Capinya po. Kasi nga inward remittance siya eh. Kasi wala naman pong floating yun pag inward remittance eh.
Okay. And lastly, you said the withdrawal slips were brought to you.
Apo.
So I presume by a messenger.
Yes, sir.
Kilala mo yung messenger?
Opo.
Kilala mo?
Opo.
O, paano makilala yung messenger?
Nakikita ko lang po,
By face, you mean?
by face, oo.
Name?
Pero yung kilala. Hindi po ko yung pangalan, yung mukha lang.
Kanino messenger yun?
Sa Soler ko po siya nakikita eh.
Sa Soler. Okay. So binigay yung withdrawal slip sa'yo, pirmado na, I suppose.
Yes, sir. Permado na po siya. Tapos may mga post-it siya as to amount and kung kaninong account i-withdraw. Tapos kung kanino siya i-deposit.
Okay. Mr. Kim Wong, narinig niyo po. I would like your comment, please. Tungkol sa sinabi niya, merong daw, tinawagan mo daw siya on February 5, may nagbigay ka instructions over the phone, at saka nagpadala ka ng messenger na sabi niya kilala niya by face yung messenger at meron kang instructions pa daw sa post-it.
Yung sa phone po, sinabi sa Nigaw, i-deposit yung sa lahat kung 1 billion ipadala sa Maydas sa Eastern Hawaii. Yung
Sino po nagsabi?
Si Mr. Gao. Instruct niya ako.
On that day?
Opo.
Okay.
Tapos yung iba, lahat ng natira, idaling sa Sulepo. Opo. Yung isa naman sinasabi nyo, yung pirma, yung mga ganun, hindi ko po alam yun.
Pero tinawagan mo si Miss Maya on that day?
Opo.
Anong sinabi mo sa kanya?
Yung sabi ko ni Gao, di ba si Gao deliver ko?
Yeah.
So sabi niya, 1B, ipadala sa Maydas, kasi
1B sa Maydas, okay.
Kasi bayaran ako 450 million, yung iba, idararo ng tao niya.
Wow.
Yung lahat, kung anong matira, ipadala. Yun lang po. Pero yung sinasabi, pirma ho, ganun, baka hindi ko po alam. Baka wala po ako alam nun.
So wala kang messenger na pinadala?
Wala po.
Wala. So as far as you're concerned, hindi totoo po yun? Yung
Hindi
sa
ko po
messenger?
alam. Pero wala po. Kasi hindi ko nakita, hindi ko po alam.
Okay.
Wala.
Okay. Miss Maya?
Sir, Your Honor, during the executive session, di ba, I told you naman po that whenever we meet, there's this Chinese guy who's always there. Kaya na I cannot identify him because I do not know his name talaga. I don't know if it's, if that is Mr. Yung dalawang Chinese po na sinasabi na, I don't know who that is. But yung messenger po na sinasabi ko sa inyo na pumunta sa branch, yung nakikita ko po yun sa Soler, kasama ng mga Chinese na yun.
Okay. So anything else that you want to add sa instructions or anything?
Yun lang po yung, Your Honor, yun lang po yung instructions ng February 5. And then pagdating po nung February 9, nga po, we received an email from settlements on the recall of funds. Kaya lang po, nung nabasa ko po kasi yung recall na yun, nung nabuksan ko yung email, may mga transactions na po kasi. But I immediately called Torres and Agarado. Kasi tatlo kaming naka-CC doon eh. Tatlo kaming naka-email doon. So I've asked both of them if they got a call from settlements regarding the recall of funds.
February 9.
Yes.
What time?
That was mga past 12 na po nung nabasa ko yung
12
email.
lunchtime.
Apo. Tapos, tinanong ko silang dalawa kung may nabasa na sila or na-receive na sila. Or kung may tumawag sa settlements regarding the recall of funds. And then they said, walang tumawag. And then sabi ko, parang, anong ginawa nyo? Kasi sabi ni Agarado, may nabasa na siyang recall. Your Honor, gusto ko lang linawin na in the branch po kasi magkahiwalay kami. Marketing side po ako. Operation sila. If they got the recall of funds message first, they should have called operations. Hindi po ako. Nasa marketing side ako. Hindi ko control yung mga ganon, yung pag-hold ng funds. Kumbaga, hindi ko naman po sinasabi, pero it's more on their control side. But immediately upon knowing na wala kaming nagawa at may mga na-withdraw na dun sa beneficiary's account, I immediately called my boss. Diba? Si Bridget Capina po. Dumiretso na nga po ako eh. Hindi na ako dumaan kay Nestor Pineda. I told her may problema ako because there's a recall of funds email and wala na ako marirecall dun sa apat na na-creditan na beneficiaries. But I know where the funds still are. It's still with William Go and some of which are still with PhilRem. So I was hoping they could still they could still do something about it.
This is verbal or email?
Verbal po. Call.
Okay. You told them it's the funds are still with PhilRem.
Sinabi ko po, wala dun sa actual beneficiaries, but it was transferred to, William, and some of which are still with PhilRem. Andun pa naman po talaga yung pera eh. Tapos, ang sabi ni Ma'am Bridget sa akin, parang, sige, I'll let you talk to Raul Tan. Diba? Baka po after nito may libel na naman akong case. So, hinand over niya yung phone kay Sir Raul. And then I was telling them, Sir, I have a problem. There's a recall of funds that I read late na. Kasi hindi naman real time yung email eh. And I was hoping, since recall of funds yun, somebody from settlements could have called the branch and alarmed us na hindi na pwede mag-allow ng withdrawal kasi may recall na. Pero wala kasing ganong nangyari. So, nagsabi po ako sa kanila. And then, ang sabi ni Sir Raul, yung kausap ko po siya, sabi ko, Sir, may problema ako. Diba? Kasi wala na ako ma-recall dun sa apat na accounts na nakreditan. Pero yun nga, nandun pa yung mga funds. And then he told me, hindi natin problema yun. Problema ng Bangladesh yun. Diba? And then, after that, may mga series of text messages ako, which I already forwarded to your office regarding what is happening. So,
go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Nag-inform po ako sa kanila. I wanted to do something about it. Diba? Hindi ko po minadali yung withdrawal. Diba? Nagkataon lang po na nandun na kasi yung instructions. The signatures were verified. Fully accomplished naman yung withdrawal slip. Wala naman akong authority. Tsaka wala naman pong cash withdrawals talaga. Wala akong authority to hold it. Sila na rin na naman nagsasabi, under the law, hindi namin pwede sabihin hindi pwedeng ipa-withdraw. But immediately after I got the recall message, nung nabasa ko na po lahat yung mga SWIFT message, nagsabi naman po ako eh. And you can base it everything on the screenshots of the text messages that I sent you. In-inform ko po sila lahat doon. And February 9, alam na nilang may problema. But still, they continued to trade the dollar.
Sige, give the chance to my colleagues. Senator Recto?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just maybe 2 or 3 quick points, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I did take a look at this document submitted by Ms. De Quito, no? And you read some of this already earlier, Mr. Chairman. No? What this appears to be is that hindi lang siya computer as being claimed also. That there were some exchanges made by email, no? That yes, it was possible for the RCBC to hold the accounts based on what the chairman read earlier, no? And the reply of the attorney of RCBC is that the word crediting was used lightly.
Erroneously.
Erroneously. Okay. But they seem to be very self-explanatory as well, no? The documents themselves. No? And if you look at the text messages, do you have a copy of these text messages? Have you ever seen them?
She submitted some text messages, some of which were disputed as real by Mr. Go, for example. And I saw some other text messages. I'm not certain what is real anymore.
It's only fair that you have a
from
copy of this and that you
Yes.
see it also. No? But yes, it would appear based on the testimony of Ms. De Quito that there were still exchanges on February 9. And there were certain responses that made it appear na okay lang continue with all of these transactions, basically. If you go by all these documents here that we have copies of right now, no? But let me also ask Ms. De Quito. Ms. De Quito, you mentioned in previous hearings here that you admit to giving instructions to Ms. Salud or to Concon Bautista about remittances to the accounts of as ordered to you by Mr. Wong, di ba?
Yung dalawa lang po, the Bloomberry and Eastern Hawaii po.
Yes,
That was the first transaction during February 5.
Yes. Eastern Hawaii was 1 billion.
Sir, yung amount hindi ko na siya matandaan. But,
And then Bloomberry, another 1 billion,
Apa,
basically.
parang ganun po.
Thereabouts. No? And all the others you deny, yung mga cash transactions.
Wala pong instruction sa akin as to cash deliveries.
You never gave any of those instructions to Philrem.
No po.
Diba? Okay. And, well, earlier we discussed you did have dinner with Mr. Kim Wong.
Excuse me?
You did have dinner in Soler with Mr. Kim Wong on February 5 evening.
Yes, sir.
Together with Concon Bautista.
Yes, sir. Actually, I have a text message nung February 4 po kay Sir Kim. Dapat Feb 4 pa kami magkikita eh. Pero this is not about the remittance, to be very honest. I was supposed to go to Soler February 4 pa. Kaya lang I begged off because I need to pick up my daughter at school. That's why I told him, sige, bukas na lang po after office.
Madalas ba kayo sa Soler talaga?
Hindi po madalas. I would go there po pag may pinapatawag ako ni Sir Kim. May pinag-uusapan po kasi kami. Pero hindi po yun yung remittance.
Anong pinag-uusapan pa ninyo?
Hindi kasi sir, he admitted naman that he has an account with East West Bank, diba? Kasi hindi na masyadong kilala yung BM doon. So, whatever instruction that he has for that particular account, pinapadaan po siya sa akin.
Okay.
Yun lang po yun.
Okay. So, maliwanag ba sa inyo when you had dinner with Mr. Wong and nandyan si Mr. Concon Bautista? Did you notice also that delivery? Do you admit that 20 million ikaw nagbigay kay Mr. Wong?
Sir, yun nga po baka po nako-confuse si Sir Kim kasi halos kasunuran ko yung tao ni Philrem. Wala po akong dala sa Soler. Nagkataon lang, I don't know kung nakaplano yung dinner nila Concon, ay nila Philrem. Pero yung sa akin po kasi niyaya lang talaga ako because I was really supposed to meet him. Siguro in courtesy na lang kasi nandun ako. Pero during na nagdi-dinner, hindi na po namin napag-usapan yung dapat pag-uusapan namin.
So wala kayong napag-usapan dito dinner?
Wala po. Yung mga casual lang po. Yung mga walang mga kabali-bali.
Nagulat ka ba na nandun si Mr. Concon Bautista?
Hindi naman po.
Hindi. But,
kasi alam ko magkakilala naman po sila.
But did you know that that dinner na nagkaroon ng transaction na sila?
Opo. Ako nga po yung diba? Kumbaga, Sir Kim asked me to, yung Bloomberry and
Hindi
Eastern
siya
Hawaii.
parang party dinner na, uy, successful tayo, this is the first 100 million.
Ay, sir, wala pong ganun.
Hindi ganon.
Hindi po
Consummated yung deal.
Kaya po hindi-
Payment na.
Ay, wala pong ganun. Kaya nga po hindi siya napag-usapan because the instruction that I got during this day was just to remit to Soler, Bloomberry nga, and just Eastern Hawaii. As to cash, walang ganun. So we didn't talk about anything as far as the transaction is concerned.
Okay. Ms. Salud, tinatanggap ni Maya De Quito that she gave you instructions only for these two accounts. Only for these two accounts. But all the cash transactions, hindi galing sa kanya. Who could it have possibly been?
Your Honor, galing po sa kanya.
Galing sa kanya. Hindi galing kay Mr. Wong.
Hindi po.
Kim, you never gave instructions to them na yung cash deliveries. Na, uy, kasama ko yung dalawang Chinese dito. Eto si Deng at si Gao, magkakasama kami sa Soler. I-deliver mo yung 100.
Wala po, wala.
Wala kayong instruction na gano'n?
Hindi, ang meron pong request, yung first day ho, di ba? Kailangan nila kasi ng 200 million cash.
Correct.
Opo. Tsaka yung kung ilan papadala nila sa Soler.
Correct.
Opo. So
sino nag-utos sa kanila magdala ng pera sa Soler?
Kasi yung nag-iusap sa akin si Ding Sikaw,
correct,
nang kailangan nila 200 million kasi nandiyan na yung player,
correct,
na gusto maglaro. Kasi may system ho kasi sa Soler na pag cash ka, mas magandang komisyon.
Correct.
Pagka chips, mas maliit.
Correct.
So gusto nila po yung 200 million.
Correct. So, sino nag-utos sa kanila magdala ng first 100 million?
Hindi. Kaya po, hindi nila nabuo. So, 100 ang dumating po.
Kaya nga, sino nag-utos nga sa kanila?
Ako po. Ako po nagsabi ko kay Maya po. Opo.
So, you told Maya to tell them to bring the 100 million in cash?
Sinabi po ni Gao, si Maya po kausap ko po. Hindi ko po sila kilala.
Hindi mo kilala si...
Hindi, kakilala ko, pero itong deal, hindi ko alam. Hindi po kami nag-usap. Itong deal po, hindi po.
So, Gao told you, and you told Maya.
Maya po.
And Maya should have told them to bring the 100 million in cash.
Opo. No, 200 million po. Kung nadala ng
200 lang ang nadala.
Opo.
Okay, so Maya, you don't recall that conversation?
Sir, ang naalala ko po kasi yun nga, yung parang sa Bloomberry and Eastern Hawaii, kung basta po yung conversion ng dollars will be remitted to Bloomberry and Eastern Hawaii. Hindi ko na po talaga matandaan kung may cash ang nakasama.
Okay, in giving them instructions.
Opo. Okay. During that February 5 po.
Okay. So finally, Ms. Salud, may hinahanap pa rin tayong 17 million. Wala pa yung tanong, attorney. That's okay. Okay. You still stand by that you gave all of this to Mr. Wei Kangsu?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Were you part of that dinner also with Mr. Wong in the first night?
Yes, actually, Your Honor.
You were there?
Yes.
And Con was there?
Yes, we were supposed to have dinner in the Japanese restaurant. I told him I had a delivery. Sabi niya, sige, mag-dinner na ho kami doon. And then while we were there, we saw him, nagyaya siya. Sabi niya, kain daw ng Korean kasi bago yung Korean restaurant.
How come you never mentioned that in the first hearing?
Your Honor, when I do remittances, I only do the beneficiary, the other people who are not around or who are not part of the transaction.
No, but this is a Senate inquiry. You are hiding information from us. This is a Senate inquiry.
No, Your Honor, I'm not hiding information from you.
That's how it would appear. Huh?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if that's how you feel, but I really am not hiding any information.
Yes. Okay. And it would appear to us that you had this dinner and you knew that instructions were being done by Mr. Kim Wong. And he claims that he was getting instructions, of course, from Mr. Gao and Mr. Deng, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, he said he's the interpreter of his Chinese players.
Correct.
And he was very happy because he was going to get paid for the loans that they have with him. That was
Correct.
the only...
So
yes.
you knew about that, right? Okay. And similarly, this $80 million went into your account in one day. Ang bilis ng transaction ninyo, ha?
Your Honor, hindi yan one day. Hindi po yan one day. It was in a period of so many
big amount,
days.
yeah, in February 5 was $22 million.
No,
the
Your Honor,
balance
I'm
was
sorry.
in
I
February
think
9.
February 5 was 14.7.
Correct. 14.2 ata. Yeah, 14.7. And then February 9 is 20. February 10 was 18. Diba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And at this time, yung RCBC nga was warned already, but still, lumabas pa rin yung pera from William Go to the PhilRem account. And then you receive 15 million also on February 9. And then maliwanag the flow, nagpapalit kayo, it went to your another account in Unimart branch. Diba? And then February 10, you already sent money to Eastern Hawaii. You sent money already to Soler.
Opo, Your Honor.
Pero nandun pa rin, nawawala pa rin yung 20. And assuming 5 million yung binigay kay Kim Wong, that's what he claims. In effect, you know naman that Mr. Wong is saying that 17 million ang kulang ba?
Your Honor,
You
wala
understand
po.
that, right?
Yes.
You understand his testimony?
Yes, I know. Pero wala po kaming kulang na binigay. Lahat ho.
Lahat yung sinasabi niyo, binigay niyo sa
Wei Kangsu.
Wei Kangsu.
Yes.
And the only document you can show is that small piece of paper.
Sir, that is our delivery receipt.
Yes. For all this money.
Yes, Your Honor. That's our
Signed
delivery
by your
receipt.
messenger.
Yes, Your Honor.
And your
Your Honor,
messenger is
18
not
years
here.
na ho namin ginagawa ito. Yan ho talaga ang resibo namin. Kahit na ho, if you check ho.
Sige, pagpadala ka ng mga resibo dito sa lahat. Ganyan kalalaki, ha? Daan-daan milyon, ha?
Para ho sa ibang transactions, Your Honor.
What do you mean? So magdadala kayo para maka-compare natin. Sinabi niyo for the last 18 years, we can compare those receipts. Yun lang talaga.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Kim Hinares, have you seen those receipts? Official receipt ba yan?
Sir, I have not seen their
Can we send the acknowledgement receipt to Ms. Paano ba yan? How does that work? Di ba? So you're willing to provide us copies, similar copies of these receipts?
Your Honor, I don't think I can give you other clients' receipts.
Yeah, but you claimed You claim similar. Ganito yung mga resibong binibigay ninyo. So we're just challenging you. Sige, para makita natin kung pare-pareho talaga. Sabi nyo, 18 years yung ginagawa.
Yes, sir, pero hindi ko namin mabibigay yung mga resibo ng iba naming kliyente.
Bakit? Binibigay ba nyo sa BIR yun?
Hindi po. Kasi ano lang ho yun acknowledgement receipt lang ho yun.
Receipt. So acknowledgement receipt, hindi mo kami pwede magpakita na talagang ganun talaga.
Your Honor, hindi ko ho pwedeng bigay yung mga ibang
so that
resibo
will be
na.
your problem, ha? That's gonna be a problem because you said, you made a claim na ganito talaga yung mga resibo natin. And now we're coming back to you. Sige, show us that this is your real practice.
That is the acknowledgement receipt whenever we deliver or...
Okay, ganun lang, ha? Okay. So, malaki ang problema talaga dito. Ha? Now, one last item, ha? I'll give you the opportunity to answer this because I received text messages today from certain media people. Because there are rumors around that you're finding a way to return the money. So, walang katotohanan yun.
Wala po, Your Honor.
Sige. So, at least I give you that opportunity to answer that question. Thank you very much.
Who wants to go? Okay.
Before Senator Aquino, no, it's okay. I'll give the floor to Senator Aquino. May I just ask the permission of the committee to show Mr. Kim Wong the affidavit of the... It contradicts everything that Kim Wong is saying.
The affidavit of the messenger who was always not feeling well whenever there's a hearing. Okay.
May I show it to him and basahin niyo ito, sabihin niyo sa amin kung ano tingin niyo kung totoo o hindi.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Aquino, yes, you're recognized.
On that note, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Palmares has skipped 2 invitations already. I would recommend to the committee if maybe it's time that we compel him to come in the next hearing.
Yes, actually, I feel very strongly that, alam mo, feeling ko, linuloko nyo kami. To put it bluntly, I did not issue a subpoena to your messenger because you made a commitment to produce him at this hearing. In the last hearing, he was sick, not feeling well, and then you committed to bring him here today. Now he's not feeling well again. Frankly, I feel you're hiding something and your credibility is at very, very low. So you better, I'm warning you, I'm warning the both of you. And we will be issuing the necessary compelling orders.
Mr. Chairman, I suggest we also invite Attorney Renato De Jesus, the notary public who signed this affidavit, because if I'm not mistaken, notary publics need to be face-to-face with regard to anything that they sign. So I would like to know if indeed Mr. Mark Palmares went to a certain Attorney De Jesus to actually file this himself.
So ordered. The Director General is ordered to issue subpoenas for Mr. Palmares and...
To be fair, Mr. Chairman, this is the first time we're inviting Attorney De Jesus. Maybe an invitation for Attorney De Jesus and a subpoena for Mr. Palmares.
Fine. Invitation then for Mr. Can I have Attorney?
Mark,
the lawyer.
Attorney Renato De Jesus, Notary Public.
Attorney Renato De Jesus. Okay,
thank you, Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Aquino.
Mr. Chairman, my questions are really with regard to February 5 and February 9, no? And finally, we're getting some clarity on what exactly happened. The first chance to actually, the first chance to verify the individuals was actually during the meeting. And currently, we have 2 contradictory stories, no? Sinabi po ni Mr. Wong, wala namang 5 tao doon. Sabi po ni Ms. Digito, merong 5 individuals na nandoon. So that's the first contradiction. The second one is when the bank sends letters to verify the addresses of the individuals. No? So I would like to ask RCBC, did we send letters to these 5 addresses? And was there a return? Were these returned? Or were these verified?
Yes, Your Honor. In the last hearing, I mentioned that we did send out the thank you letters. And of the 5, 4 were returned. Ms. Digito was advised of the return for various reasons, including the address. The resident has moved. He has moved already.
How was she advised?
By
Attorney?
email. By email, Your Honor.
Okay.
So we have it recorded.
Let me ask Ms. Digito, do you recall seeing that email, that these addresses were fictitious?
Sir, I have answered that during the last hearing already. If there's a return thank you letters, it's supposed to be delivered in the branch. And pag ganun po, kami yung tatawag sa kliyente. Wala akong natatandaan na may email, una. Pangalawa, wala ring bumalik sa aming thank you letters. I have mentioned already before that my PC, together with the computer of the service head and the SCRO, was pulled out. So, hindi ko po alam kung ano yung sinasabi nilang email.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that email, Attorney?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Was there a reply? Did Ms. Digito reply to the email?
No, she did not reply, but she did receive it. It was sent for the Vasquez account, unclaimed, returned to sender. It was sent to her August 20, 2015 at 9:22 in the morning. For the cruise account, no one to receive. The RTS return to sender was sent to Maya Deguito June 16, 2015 at 4:22 p.m. With respect to Picache, insufficient address, it was sent to her on June 3, 2015. And La Grosa's unknown address sent to her same day, June 3, 2015 at 4:39 p.m.
Attorney, how do you know that Ms. Deguito received it?
Our system indicates that she did.
This is not a personal email. This is an internal email.
It's an internal email. Her memory is more selective than the emails, Your Honor.
So nakalagay doon, nabasa niya.
Yes. It was sent, received.
And opened. Received is opened, no? Yes, go ahead.
Your Honor, the system will say received, so you'll get a receipt notice saying that, and normally you get it when it is opened.
Okay, so it was opened, no? Were the actual thank you letters sent to the branch?
No.
Is that part of the protocol?
No, Your Honor. She's just advised by email that the envelopes were returned
So
to
hindi
sender.
normal yung ipapadala physically yung mga letters sa branch. What's normal is that you're notified by email.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So that's the second time, no? Now, meron ng problema. Hindi totoo yung account. Why wasn't it closed right there and then? Can't the mother branch or the main bank close that? Or is it up to the branch manager to close that account? Mr. Tan?
It's up to the branch manager as well as the immediate boss. No?
Okay.
In this case, it was the district service director.
Okay. Is that person here? Or
No,
can you speak for that person, Mr. Tan? You were the overall head during this time, no?
Yes, sir.
Bakit hindi sinara right there and then? Or why wasn't there an advice from RCBC to close these accounts?
Well, I have to ask the district sales director at that time.
Okay. One of the checks and balance, of course, is yung return to sender, di ba? And I'm wondering why the accounts were still open even after the return to sender, even after the letter showed na fictitious yung mga address. Ang decision ba talaga niyan yung branch manager, hindi yung main bank?
Well, the process is actually the district sales director should have followed up with her to ensure that either the accounts have been closed or the correct address should have been indicated.
Did she? Did or he? Is it who is that person?
His name is Nestor Pineda.
Okay. What did Mr. Pineda do?
I do not have information about that.
But knowing that we're here, nagamit yung mga accounts kahit binalik yung mga sulat. So early on, anong buwan pala yan? What month was that email sent, attorney?
From June to August of 2015.
So by June, August of 2015, alam na natin may problema yung mga accounts. And yet, many months later, buhay pa rin siya at nagamit nga sa krimeng ito. Wala bang check and balance yung bangko regarding that? I'm just really curious, no? Because I'm trying to find out each and every step of the way where we could have actually stopped this from happening.
Yes,
no?
Your Honor. There should have been, and that's why we also said that we had sanctions imposed at the head office level, particularly for the immediate superior of Ms. Deguito, who should have been the one to ensure that the accounts were closed.
The fact that
the 4 accounts.
The accounts continued even with this, is that normal or is that unique ba siya to this case? Or normal po yun? May mga naibabalik talaga na mga sulat at natutuloy pa rin yung mga accounts?
May mga naibabalik for different reasons and they're able to correct the address. Kunyari may error. They're able to ascertain various other reasons why the envelope was returned. But if it is because, for example, the address could not be verified, like in the La Grosa's case, it clearly should have been closed. And again, we say that's why we also imposed sanctions on our head office.
Okay, so this is one of those failures that we talked about in the checks and balances.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So, February 5, nangyari na. I don't think there was really anything in between, no? The time that those letters were returned and February 5. Nangyari na yung February 5, a lot of money came in. Just to be clear, no, the requests of the Bank of Bangladesh came February 9. Actually, February 8, pero nabukas ng February 9.
9 and 10, Your
9
Honor.
and 10. On February 5, when the money started coming in, did RCBC knew about it, right?
Settlements Department.
The
yes.
settlement department. What other departments knew about it?
The branch. The
The
branches.
branch.
That's it.
Okay, and usually, si settlement is your check to the branch. Or is that a parallel process, or are they supposed to cross-check each other?
Your Honor, the process is the first point of entry is through settlements.
Okay.
Because that's an inward remittance.
And pumasa siya sa settlements.
And from settlements point of view, on a transaction per transaction during that day, it passed muster.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, that was the time it was flagged as unusual, when they were taken collectively, Your Honor.
Okay. So, the time na flag siya, no, ibig sabihin, may problema ito, is end of day, not during the transaction.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, at that time, it was flagged that there was a problem. When you flag transactions and accounts, naka-note na yun, di ba? That's noted already.
Yes, Your Honor.
What check was done to this? Did settlements call the branch manager?
So as per procedure, Your Honor, and this is what happened on February 5, when the transactions were flagged, the settlements officers called the branch for disposition processing.
Okay, and I'm sure you've done your investigation on this. They asked branch manager Digito kung ano to, and what did she say?
At the time, Your Honor, they were not able to talk to the branch manager. According to the officers that we talked to, she was busy on the phone with clients.
Okay.
So we were only able to talk to the CSH,
Okay.
Mr. Agarado,
Okay.
and Miss Angela Torres.
Okay.
And at the time, Your Honor, when that happens, then we escalate.
Okay. Can I ask Miss Torres, who is here, no? Miss Digito, you agree with this testimony so far? Hindi kayo nakausap? Kasi busy daw kayo.
Wala naman pong tumawag sa akin.
Okay. Let me ask Miss Torres. Miss Torres, do you recall this conversation mula sa settlements na nagtatanong kung ano ba itong mga transaksyong ito? And we're referring to the four fictitious accounts na may pumasok na $81 million. Naalala niyo po yun?
Hindi po totoo yun, Your Honor. Wala pong tumatawag sa branch.
Let me ask, sir, what is your name? Yes, sir, what's your name?
Your Honor, I'm Dennis Bangkod. I'm head of IT and operations.
Bangkod?
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
Mr. Bangkod, in your records, meron bang tumawag kay Miss Torres?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who is that person?
That is the head of settlements, Miss Mercy Quaresma.
Okay, and do you have
also
any...
the operations manager.
Meron ba tayong record sa phone? Or was it through a landline? Is there a record that that phone call happened?
Unfortunately, Your Honor, we do not have a record of the phone calls.
So, Ms. Torres, you're saying walang tumawag sa'yo mula sa branch?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Let me ask Maya. Maya, on February 5, in your testimony, meron bang tumawag mula sa branch to check on the transactions?
Your Honor, you mean from head office?
Yes.
Wala po.
February 5, ah? February
yes
5.
Po. Kaya nga po nagpa-email ako sa settlements, diba? Because I wanted to get a copy of that MT-103 because they outright credited the accounts without calling the branch.
But that's February 9, no?
5.
Also on February 5.
The funds came in February 5.
But yung email mo is on what day?
What do you mean po?
Yung sinasabi mong pina-check mo, di ba? Sabi mo, you asked settlement.
That was February 5, Your Honor.
February 5, okay. So on February 5, natanggap ba natin yung... Did the settlements receive that email of branch manager Digito asking to check on these transactions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and what happened?
So we responded to that email and sent them a copy of the notices, Your Honor.
What are these notices?
These were the MT-103 inward notices, Your Honor, inward remittance.
Okay, can you remind me, 103 is?
This is the request to credit the account.
Okay, so hindi pa to yung request to stop, no? Which was the 999. This
yes,
is just
Your Honor.
a request to credit.
Yes,
so,
Your Honor.
nung tinanong ni Ms. Digito si settlements through an email, settlements said, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. At the time, actually, it was already credited.
Okay.
And they were just asking for a copy of the remittance notice. And at the time, the end-of-day review hasn't happened yet.
Okay. So you're saying, nung tinanong ni Ms. Dequito, and she emailed settlements, and we have a record of that, at sumagot yung settlements, hindi pa nafa-flag nung panahong yon.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So this goes back to 2 hearings ago when we talked about meron bang mga check and balance versus amounts, no? And I think Mr. Lorenzo Tan mentioned before that RCBC did not have standards with regard to particular amounts, no? That's right, Mr. Tan.
I remember mentioning, Your Honor, 1 billion threshold.
Okay.
Yes.
But that was not a written rule, no? That's an medyo unwritten rule. Or was that that's actually a rule within the bank?
Your Honor, it was a system-defined threshold.
Okay.
So it's a part of the system.
Magkano bang 1 billion dollars o pesos?
1 billion peso, Your Honor, so that would be about 22, 23 million dollars.
Okay, so kung may 1 more million sana itong transaction na to, the system would have caught it?
If I will recall the February 5 incident, Your Honor, of the 4 transactions, and this is what Attorney Estevillo has explained in the last hearing, of the 2 transactions, 2 were actually put on hold by the system because of the threshold.
Okay. So na-hold siya ng sistema kasi lumampas siya sa 1 billion pesos, no? Tama?
That's true, Your Honor.
Okay. And what was the action done?
So at the time, when it's put on hold, Your Honor, then human eyes will look at it because the system has stopped it. And at the time, it was deemed normal because they were processing transactions with those amounts.
Okay. So you're saying pangkaraniwan naman yung ganung level with the branch of, with Jupiter branch of RCBC?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Have we changed these rules since this happened?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are the reforms that you have instituted so that we can make sure these types of transactions won't happen again?
One of them, Your Honor, is we've lowered the threshold significantly.
Ano na po yung threshold?
If it's all right, Your Honor, for us not to disclose to
Okay.
allow us to have some security for our bank, but it's significantly lower.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Your Honor, we've also now we've also increased the number of reviews, so we're not waiting for end-of-day reviews anymore.
Okay.
So we've also increased the number of reviews throughout the day.
Okay, so natuloy na-encash na. On February 9, the request from Bangladesh comes in. Okay, and this is my question. If on February 5, na-flag na siya, on February 9, wasn't there a check that these are the transactions that were flagged on February 5 and that these are accounts that didn't have a valid address? Kasi we look at it on a day per day, no? February 9, may pumasok na request, ay, hindi naman to court order. February 5, may mga lumampas dun sa breach, na breach yung levels. Eh, anyway, na-check naman kay, according to them, kay Ms. Torres. Aren't our systems, or don't we have systems that track all of these different changes? Kasi, I'm trying to understand, no? These accounts, may mga fictitious address. On February 5, lumampas dun sa levels natin yung dalawa. On February 9, may sulat tayo or may request tayo, even if we didn't recognize it as a central bank. But aren't these accounts tagged each step of the way?
Your Honor, our system does not tag that, but it's actually a very good suggestion for us to incorporate for future changes. But I also would like to just refer back to February 9. Had we been given the opportunity when we received the requests for freeze from Bangladesh, we would have done something and frozen them. But Maya had conveniently changed the facts of what happened on that day because when she received the first order request, she immediately rushed the processing of the balances that were still in the 4 accounts. So that's the difference. But had we had the opportunity, we would have held them.
Let
and
me get to
followed.
that point later na. We'll go to Maya. But just on this point, yung mga tao na nag-check nung addresses within the bank, yung mga tao na nakakita na sumobra dun sa threshold on February 5, at yung mga tao sa February 9 na nakatanggap nung request ng Bangladesh, hindi magkakaparehan. They were not the same people? Or were they the same people?
Different and some are the same, Your Honor.
And there was wala nagsabi, uy, ito yung nag-red flag nung February 5. Or wala nagsabi, ay, let me check nga kung may address talaga to o wala.
Your Honor, because we have so many accounts, we were not able to track. And I understand the only way we could track that is through an electronic system, which at that time and up to now is not in place. But
Okay. But let me state lang for the record that maybe this is really an important
yes,
an
yes, Your
important
Honor.
possible reform that,
Yes, Your
that you
Honor.
can do,
Thank
no?
you.
Na each step of the way, kung meron ng suspicious, kumbaga you build a track record of accounts which maybe initially hindi pa ganun ka-suspicious, but eventually, with all of these different things,
Yes.
nagiging suspicious siya, no? Because
Yes, Your Honor.
you're able to check. Now, let me ask lang, Mr. Tano, because si Ms. Diquito mentioned you earlier, I'd like you to respond. May nasabi siya about you earlier, and I'd just like to hear.
Well, yes, I think, I do not recall saying that problema ng Bangladesh Bank yan. No? When the phone was handed to me, I think I explained what was a request for recall, no, at that time.
Sorry, you explained
what was a request for recall.
Recall the money?
The notice. I explained to her what it was. I think that's what I told her.
Okay, but was there an order to actually recall? Or
Well,
you
there
just
was-
explained the request to recall?
Yeah, actually she was the one who called us, no. We were having lunch and she called us maybe about 12:30 that time.
Sorry, this is February
9.
February 9. So tumawag po siya, I guess asking clarification on the request to recall?
Yes, to Miss Bridget Capina. And then at that time she handed the phone to me. So what I recall is she was asking me about what was the process. So I told her the process.
Okay, but was there an order to recall? There was no order to recall.
There was a request according to her, and what I did was I called Beg Echo of our operations group to email me the request for recall.
But was there actually an action on the request to recall? The request to recall is the MT-999 that we are talking about, no?
Yes, sir.
From the Bank of Bangladesh. What was the action on the request to recall?
At the time, it was already around 1 o'clock, so I assume the monies had already been withdrawn.
Okay. So, you're saying, even with that request to recall, huli na rin kasi lumabas na yung pera?
It went out already of the 4 accounts.
Okay. Which leads me to my last point on this topic. When the money was already in the William Go account and about to be transferred to PhilRem, it seems that this was all happening on February 9, no? If I'm not mistaken. And we knew that there was a request to recall already. We knew that, by that time, I'm sure na-investigate nyo na yan. Maraming mga issues ang mga accounts na ito. What was the course of action done before it transferred to Soler, no? And in between the time when the money was going from William Go to PhilRem?
Your Honor, as I mentioned earlier, the bank does not have the authority, despite the request from Bangladesh, to hold or to freeze any of the other accounts.
Okay. Was there an effort to call Bangladesh, the sender of the recall? Kasi sila po yung nag-request na itigil,
Yes.
di ba? Was there an effort to call them?
No, and they didn't make any call to us either, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that one of the reforms that, let me just finish
Sige,
my,
sige.
Is that one of the reforms that we wish to do, that when there's a request to recall, at least tatawagan natin yung nagre-request?
Your Honor, it's actually part of our procedure.
Why wasn't it followed in this case?
Because in this case, Your Honor, on February 5, the reason why we didn't call was because on February 9, we didn't call because at that time, Your Honor, the disposition, and this is why operations have to rely on the branch, is because we really do not know who owns the funds at that time in February 9. Normally, in inward remittances, Your Honor, whenever there's a stop hold order, what operations does is it refers it to the owning branch or the owning unit. which
In this case is
particular
Jupiter.
is Jupiter.
Okay.
And the idea there, sir, Your Honor, is to find out who really owns the funds. Is it really the client, the beneficiary client that is accepting it? Or is the remitter really made a mistake and sent it to the wrong beneficiary?
So may process kayo of checking, Mr. Bangkod, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
May process kayo ng pag-check. Was that process followed on February 9?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero hindi nyo tanawagan yung may-ari ng account because they're fictitious.
So at the time, Your Honor, we didn't know it was fictitious. And so we referred it to the branch, and our procedure is we wait for disposition from the branch.
Okay. So meaning you accepted the word of your branch manager and the other members of her team.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Wala ba sa procedure natin na tawagan yung nag-request na i-hold? In this case, the Bank of Bangladesh?
As I said, Your Honor, normally it's going to be a judgment call on the part of operations where if we do not receive any answer or any clear answer, then we may call the remitting bank.
Okay. May I suggest that maybe as you're doing your changes, that maybe when a request comes, especially if it's from a central bank, that maybe at the minimum, tawagan natin yung nag-request ng... okay, let me... On that note, was there any effort to call AMLC about this? Kasi nakalagay, di ba? This may be in violation of anti-money laundering laws in the MT 999, no?
Yes.
Was there any effort to call AMLC and report this?
No, Your Honor, and that's not normally done. The law requires us to file our suspicious transactions reports within 10 days.
Within
but
10 days, no?
It's not normally done that we call up the AMLC to advise them of this. Really, the procedure is really we file a suspicious transactions report.
Okay. To be honest, attorney, yung 10 days na yan is also something we will probably have to reform, no? Because masyado talagang matagal yung 10 days. Wala na yung pera sa bansa, no? But, so there was really no effort to call AMLC because you said hindi naman yung ginagawa. There was no effort to call the Bank of Bangladesh either. At best, you asked the branch manager and the branch manager vouched for the accounts. Although, kinokontest rin nila yon na meron daw tumawag.
And at that time, Your Honor, the funds were already out of the 4 accounts.
Okay. The money is in the William Go account transferring to PhilRem. Wala rin kayong magagawa nun kahit may request for recall na?
No. The law and the regulations do not give us that authority.
Okay, I'm going to ask BSP later about this, no? Pagkatapos, nilabas ng PhilRem a large amount of money, binalik rin sa RCBC to convert. At that moment, hindi nyo rin pwedeng i-hold yung pera. Kasi di ba, pumasok na sa PhilRem and then kinonvert ninyo sa RCBC. That's right, no, Ms. Salud, no?
Your Honor, we are not allowed to hold or freeze. We do not have the authority to hold or freeze. After it's moving down, we do not have that authority, Your Honor.
So the only time, your testimony is, the only time that you could have was when the money was remitted to the 4 accounts, or from the time that the 4 accounts moved to William Go, or from the time that the William Go account moved to PhilRem, or from the time that PhilRem converted back to RCBC? At what point could you have done something?
Only in the 4 accounts, Your Honor. We are a private institution. The laws and regulations do not give us that authority. In fact, when we receive a freeze order, for example, excluding some accounts, we still have to ask for guidance from the regulators. Why are these accounts not included? And they will guide us.
You didn't ask guidance from the regulators, from BSP or AMLC?
After the freeze order was issued, Your Honor, I believe we did send a letter to the AMLC asking for guidance.
After a certain number of days?
Yes, but in this case, in the start, we just filed our suspicious transactions reports as we normally do, Your Honor.
Finally, Mr. Chairman, taking a lot of time, no? From DG Espinilla and from Ms. Bakay Abad, narinig niyo po, each step of the way, may mga tsansa na matigil po ito. And I'm not putting blame on anyone today. I'm just saying, mukhang may mga failures talaga. Now, DG Espinilla, from the BSP point of view, you're the regulator of our banks. Ano pong komento ninyo? That there were a lot of times when checks and balances probably could have done better. In fairness to RCBC, they have apologized for this already. But moving forward, Ano po ba? Kailangan daw mas maging stricto yung checks and balance natin. Do you have any comment after we laid out the process this morning?
In general, Mr. Chairman, our regulations require banks to be diligent about these things. And as you pointed out accurately, there are several points wherein they could have made a judgment in terms of the appropriate handling. And there, what is required is what's called enhanced due diligence, meaning they perform extra steps when the circumstances seem to be out of the ordinary, if I may put it that way.
In this case, DG, clearly matters were out of the ordinary.
In this case, it seems that this is not the ordinary things that you would see, considering the history of the account, etc.
What is the Bangko Sentral going to do with all of this? If I may ask, I have not asked this question yet from the BSP. Is there a kasi kayo po yung regulator, di ba? What are the possible consequences or actions to be done by the BSP regarding everything that has happened?
The procedure of the BSP, Mr. Chairman, is to verify for itself the factual circumstances through an examination process. And the purpose of that examination process is, among other things, to establish whether there has been a violation of regulations and whether there has been, particularly in this case, a violation of the anti-money laundering law, and to determine who are accountable for such violations, Mr. Chairman.
Executive Director Bakay Abad, narinig niyo po yung buong proseso. Should they have called you earlier? Should they have brought AMLC in? Or nasunod naman po yung mga patakaran at yung patakaran niyo may problema? I mean, your opinion on the matter.
Well, at that stage, Your Honor, as stated by Attorney Marcel, they're not under obligation to get instruction or guidance from the AMLAC because they have the process in place. Matters, in instances like this, the matter should have been escalated to proper authority within the bank. It's an internal process that they have to comply. So, at that point, the AMLAC's participation was not necessary.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time. I have other questions with other speakers, but
yes,
on
please.
this note, I'm done. Thank you.
You'd like to ask? Okay, but before we recognize Senator Soto, I just want one point lang. Senator Aquino was narrating that it already left the 5 accounts and it went to William Go, and then he was asking at that point they were already flagged. And yet, did you do anything? Ang sagot niyo po, RCBC, was you had no authority to do anything. But at that point, I will not argue that point, but at that point, you had knowledge that it was flagged.
Your Honor, we received the request for freeze by Bangladesh, but as I mentioned earlier, the requests were not clear to us. Doubtful, we think it's against anti-money laundering laws. So the requests themselves did not give us the guidance and information that we all have now. On hindsight, yes, we knew at that point, yes, that there were these requests. By February 9 in the afternoon, I found out. But at that time, we were also in the dark. We were trying our best to understand. We did not know that the Bank of Bangladesh was a central bank. We had no relationship with them. The email was to us a normal priority, did not guide us sufficiently. The February 10 email was a clearer one, Your Honor. So we did not have the information that we have now at that point.
Okay, I will not argue with that. But the point being that you had knowledge already that there was something wrong with the account, yet you did not call anyone.
We had knowledge that 3 of the accounts had request for recall from the Bangladesh, Your Honor. But also, we welcome if there are amendments to the laws that would allow us to hold subsequent accounts like the William Go account, because really, we do not have that authority, Your Honor, to hold or freeze any account unilaterally. We are a private institution.
Agreed. Sige na. We
Thank you,
will
sir.
not argue with your authority. I'm just asking about your knowledge that they've been flagged.
Yes, we received the February 9, for the 3 accounts, February 9 request from Bangladesh in the late morning for the 3 accounts, Your Honor. And then on
when
February
did you
10,
yes? When did you reply, ma'am? To the bank.
we replied the same day, Your Honor.
What time?
I don't have the time with me, but I know it should be towards the end of the day. The document that you sent to me that I saw is not the same as my document. Your Honor, I believe that's from the Bank of Bangladesh.
Yes.
What you were holding. I don't have the time. I know there's a time difference between Manila and Bangladesh.
All right.
Of 2 or 4 hours. I'm not certain, but we did send it in the afternoon of the same
The
day.
reply to Bangladesh Bank, the
Yes, Your
central
Honor.
bank.
Yes.
Sometime late in the afternoon.
Yes, of the same day, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Abad, one last question is, let's go back to the point of Senator Aquino. 10 days to file a suspicious transaction. Knowing this, knowing what happened, at the end of this, maybe you can give us a recommendation. It seems that 10 days really has to be revisited.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, actually, when the AMLA was amended in 2013 by virtue of Republic Act 10365, the covered institutions were given actually 5 working days within which to submit reports to the AMLAC. However, although under the same provision of the law, the AMLAC was given discretion to extend the reporting period if necessary. And so upon request by the banking sector itself, the AMLAC extended that reporting period. So from 10 days, from 5 days, it's now 10 days, 10 working days. So probably you can go back to the original provision of the law, which is 5 working days.
Okay, thank you. At this point, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Cynthia Villar. Good afternoon, ma'am. Senator Soto, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just again, as I mentioned earlier, just to tie up some loose ends, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. Mr. Wong, Mr. Kim Wong.
Yes, sir.
Nakita mo yung affidavit ni Mark Palmares, nakabanggit dito yung mga dates, mga halaga. Lahat itong mga ibang dates na to nabanggit mo sa iyo eh. At ang beneficiary dito, tinanggap daw lahat sa kanya ito ni Wei Kangxiu. Anong tingin ninyo rito sa affidavit na ito?
Ito po yung di ba yung 100 million tsaka 3 million na yung kinuha ko po yun eh, di ba?
Ikaw ang tumanggap niyan?
Di ba dun sa bahay po, kinuha ko po.
Okay.
Hindi ko po alam kung ito yung sinasabi na, hindi ko. Pero yung kay Wei Kangxiu, ito mga iba, hindi ko po alam yun. Wala po ako alam dito.
Alright, thank you. Commissioner Kim, nakita nyo na yung resibo?
First,
ano po ang reaction niyo?
violation ho ito ng batas ng National Internal Revenue Code. Starting 2013, lahat na klaseng resibo na ini-issuean ng negosyo, dapat ho nakarehistrado sa BIR. So, kailangan ho may ATP number. Ito ho, wala. No? Tsaka kailangan serialize. Wala rin ho ito. No? So, this is already issuance of, this is already a clear violation of the regulation. No?
So
we
yung
will,
sinasabi ninyo, no matter what amount?
Yeah. We require ho, ngayon, lahat ng klaseng resibo na ini-issue ng negosyo, no? Delivery receipt, acknowledgement receipt, kailangan ho lahat ho yan rehistrado na sa BIR. Hindi ho pwedeng gumamit ng mga resibo na hindi ho registered. No? Kasi, yun ho nakikita namin dati, no? Yung nag-chop suey, may official receipt, may acknowledgement receipt, delivery receipt, at hindi ho namin monitor yung acknowledgement receipt, delivery receipt, no? So mula noong 2013, lahat ho ng klaseng resibong gagamitin, kailangan alam namin, para pag in-audit namin, alam namin na hihingin namin itong acknowledgement receipt, i-deliver. Kasi ito yung mga ginagamit yung resibo, kaya hihingin ho namin, no?
So yung nakikita nyo yung resibong yan, papasok ba sa inyo yan?
Ito ho,
Papasabasahin
hindi.
niya
Ito
yan?
ho is not a legitimate and right receipt. No? Wala. Kasi may requirement no kami. Kailangan may address, may TIN number, serialize, tapos may nakalagay ho yung ATP permit nyo, sino ho nag-print, wala ho lahat ito eh. So second ho, I'd like to make clear ho, we looked at the registration of PhilRem with us. I think there's something wrong with the registration.
Bakit po?
Kasi the registration with us is as other land transportation contractor, hindi ho as
Remittance.
money changer and remittance company. No? They amended their articles of incorporation in 205, but they did not update their registration with us.
So they are not authorized to do what they did? Is that what you're saying?
They're not, they did not, so the taxes they paid are wrong. Because when you are a money changer and a foreign exchange, no, you're engaged in, you're a non-bank financial intermediary. So you're supposed to pay a 5% gross receipt tax. You're not supposed to be paying VAT. So there's
How much did they pay last year, Commissioner?
How much did they pay last year?
Last year, you do not have the records.
Much less than six-figure. Lesser than the six-figure, sir. I
Less
just
than
cannot
six figures?
disclose it kasi.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, thank you. I think that would help us. So, in that case, well, not really to compound the issue, but let me move on to PhilRem, no? Unless you would want to react to what the Commissioner said. No? That is a professional look at how the situation is. But anyway, you submitted your records finally. Now, based on your records, on February 5, the running balance, your running balance, based on the $81 million, your running balance is negative 810,000. This means that the total amount you transferred to Century Tex or Bloomberg, Slolair, and Weikang Shu exceeded the amount you received by 810,000. Parang mahirap pong intindihin na paano yung business ninyo, parang mag-aabono pa kayo, $81 million na yung nagdaan sa inyo. Can you explain why you delivered more than what you received? I say this, just for the record, Mr. Chairman, because you look further down your records, the records that you submitted, February 9, you converted $35,215,977.26 into pesos. It only amounted to $1,530,585,309 instead of $1,531,395 prior 31,395,309. If you add 712 million, 808 million, and 10 million, this means that it was only on February 9 that you deducted 810 negative balance from your inflow. Bakit po?
Yes, sir.
So why? Nag-abono pa kayo? Mahirap magnegosyo ng palugi, At daan-daang milyones pa yung pinag-uusapan.
Hindi, sir, hindi naman po. Ano lang po. Kasi sinabi naman po sa akin na may mga transaksyon pa ho sa susunod na araw.
Well, what do you mean? So, you mean mababayaran yung abono nyo pa?
Oh, from February 5.
May mga padating pang transaksyon. Oh. Sino ang nagsabi sa inyo na may mga padating pang transaksyon?
Si manager po.
Si branch manager. So, okay lang na mag-abono muna. Ang laki na nito, nag-abono pa kayo, and then may padating pa. So, may dumating pa ba?
May tanong po, may dumating pa ba?
So,
Opo,
may dumating
yung
pa?
February 9, February 9, 10, 11.
At pagkatapos yung mag-abono ng 810,000, bumalik naman.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please clarify, ano? February 10, negative balance, you received $17,968,664.37 from Century Tex. But you converted $18 million to pesos. Pag tinignan po yung records nyo, nakalagay po dito, 31,335.63 was only paid on February 11. I have difficulty understanding why you will deliver a transfer more than you received on February 10 also because for obvious reasons. Parang litong-lito ako sa mga figures nyo.
Hindi, sir, ano po kasi yan running balance po yan, yung sa dollars tsaka sa pesos. So, minsan sobra ho yung pesos nila, so okay kami mag-deliver ng dollars. Minsan naman ho, kulang ang dollars, sobra naman sa pesos, so okay lang ho kami. For as long as may balance po.
All right. In the social media, you were quoted to say that you were ready to bring back or to give back you were prepared to return the remaining undelivered funds. Totoo po ba ito?
Your Honor, hindi po totoo yun.
So wala din kayong kinakausap na pareho ng tanong ni Senator Recto na gusto nyong ibalik yung $13 million?
Wala po, Your Honor.
I was informed earlier also, Mr. Chairman, but I don't know if we can ask the ambassador of Bangladesh, but I don't think we can. He's not a resource person, so we'll leave it at that. We'll let the media do the questioning outside the hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yes. Before we proceed to Senator Osmeña, I'd just like to point out, Ms. Bautista, you have been very inconsistent. You have been consistently inconsistent during these past hearings, no? And your credibility really goes down like anything. Let me just cite, no? On March 15, this is Senator Recto who is asking you, do you know Mr. Kim Wong? Sagot, I see him in social occasions. So you know what he looks like? Have you met him personally? Then you answered, I think he was introduced to me once or twice a long time ago. Have you ever dealt with him? No, I never did business. No, I never did business. March 29. So was Mr. Kim Wong, the Senator Aquino, asking you. So was Mr. Kim Wong present in all of the deliveries of cash? Ms. Bautista, yes, Your Honor. Inconsistent. Senator Osmeña?
Ms. Bautista, paano nire-report ninyo yung revenues ninyo? Dalawa o tatlong klase ang revenues ng money changer, di ba?
We report our revenues as a remittance agent.
What are the nature of your revenues? You make money on delivering money. You
Yes, delivering money.
You make money on the
handling fee.
forex, the foreign exchange.
Sorry, what's the question again, Your Honor? Sorry.
Your biggest money maker there is in the foreign exchange, di ba?
When we convert our
Yes.
remittances, yes.
Right. What would be the ratio of foreign exchange to total revenue? Foreign exchange earnings vis-a-vis your total revenues.
20 to 30% would be the foreign exchange.
Okay. Yung sa $81 million, yung dineclare ninyo na 10 million pesos ang profit ninyo, was that your foreign exchange profit or just your delivery?
Foreign exchange.
Foreign exchange. How did you compute that?
It's roughly 1/4 of 1% of the total value.
That's delivery money. That's not foreign exchange.
That's our spread, yes, on the volume.
You have a spread of 1/4 of 1%. That's your delivery service fee. It's incredible how long have you been doing business and you keep on asking questions of your lawyer?
18 years.
18 years. And you have to ask him, he doesn't know anything about the business. You ever work for a remittance company before, Attorney Calleja? No. So why do you keep on asking him how you make your report? You're the one who signs the annual reports, right? You're the one who signs the reports that is submitted to the SEC, correct? You're the President and Chief Executive Officer of PhilRem. All right. So, how much money you normally make in the exchange of dollars to pesos or pesos to dollars?
We normally make 2 to 3 cents.
2 to 3 cents, U.S. cents. Okay.
2 to 3 cents to 2 to 3 centavos.
2 to 3 centavos. So
Per
therefore, if you're able to purchase, say, or sell dollars at 46 pesos to the dollar, you'll only make 2 centavos.
Yes, on the average.
Per dollar or per peso?
Per dollar.
2 centavos per dollar. That's standard.
Relative. Standard meaning average? Yes, more or less.
All right. Now, in your declaration of the 10 million pesos, how did you break that down? Yung profit ninyo dun sa sinabi ninyong the profit you made on the PhilRem account.
On the exchange.
On the RCBC.
On the exchange.
Yes, how the compute the 10 million. Paano kayo nakarating sa 10 million pesos?
In each day kasi iba yung yung exchange rates namin. So we it depended on the date. It was dependent on the date that we traded.
Sure.
So buy and sell. I think we already gave the breakdown as well.
You gave the breakdown to the committee?
Yes, yeah.
We don't have that. But normally, your remittance fee is 25, 1/4 of 1%, right?
The delivery fee? We put it as the foreign exchange. We put it as a handling fee. That's what we call it, actually.
Foreign exchange is also handling fee. What if it's just straight delivery? I'll give you 1,000 pesos to give to my relative in Negros or in Cebu.
That's the 50 pesos.
50 pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So ngayon yung $61 million was exchanged, no? Through you?
Yes, Your Honor.
At 47 to a dollar, that's about 2,867 million. And if we multiply that by 1/4 of 1%, that's only 7,167,000. So where did you get the 3 million?
Some of the foreign exchange we converted on our own, not through RCBC Treasury.
Sure, but you still have to pay, right? You converted on your own, meaning through other sources.
Yes. We bought it, yes.
All right. So would you say that the 10 million that you said that you earned from that one transaction alone, that was out of the ordinary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And suddenly, this was thrown into your lap by Ms. Digito and said, I got $81 million, I'd like you to exchange it. Yan ang sinabi ni Ms. Digito.
She only said the amounts on the days that she traded it. And yes, it's good business for us. I must admit. But it's actually
Did that amount to like 1.5 year's profit for you normally?
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
You're not sure? 18 years. You're president and CEO.
Yes, I am not sure.
Because your declared net profit on a year-by-year basis, anyway, is roughly 350,000. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So in the 10 million pesos that you earned on this transaction, how much was expense? Wala kang ginawa. Tumawag ka lang sa telepono, pinakuha mo yung pera.
No, but kasi, Your Honor, we have
hinatid mo sa Soler. What was your expense involved? Of course, you can also deduct rent, lights, electricity, cell phone calls, etc. Pero more or less, how much did you spend in executing this transaction?
I haven't accounted for it yet, Your Honor. So, the expenses.
18 years.
Yes, Your Honor.
In a transaction that took what? How many days? 3 days? 4 days? 5 days?
5 days.
Okay. You grossed 10 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
How much did it cost you to service this particular transaction? 9 million?
No, I can't say yet because when we operate, it's our whole office, and this is just one part of the transaction, one part of the thing that we do.
Let's say we were able to disaggregate it. Really disaggregate it. How much do you think did you spend? Indirect cost lang dito. Okay. Let's look at it this way. Your income statement as of December 31, 2014 listed your total operating expenses for the year at 8,889,000 pesos and change. And that's on record, no? Well, let's say 8,900,000. Divided by 12, that would be 741,000 a month, more or less. All right? You made 10 million here, so you couldn't have spent more than for 741,000 that month. So your net profit on this transaction alone would have been about 9,300,000. Correct?
No, Your Honor, you're not accounting for the risk.
How do you book risk? You don't book risk. You book losses. You book gains. You have allowance for bad debts, but you don't book risks. I mean, the banks don't even book risk. The banks they don't have an item that says risk, 10 billion. Meron ba kayo? Wala. Could you talk into the mic, please, Pasel?
No, Your Honor, we don't.
For insurance?
Insurance, yes. That's why, eto nga, may 8,800,000. Your insurance is 398,000. What else? Kasama na yan sa 8,889,000.
What other direct costs are you saying?
Sama mo na yung indirect cost.
I don't know, Your Honor. It's my accountant who does that.
If your accountant is the only one that knows this, you actually don't have any business running PhilRem. This is in every CEO's head. If I ask Mr. Lorenzo Tan, he'd be able to give it to me chapter and verse. I'm asking why here in a transaction like this you declared you made over 10 million pesos. In earlier testimonies you said it's pretty standard for you. And yet your total gross income in 2014 was only 27 million. And you declared on 27 million, you declared a net income of only 438,849 pesos and 40 centavos. And you paid an income tax of 64,897.78. Now, of course, the BIR commissioner is here, so she's listening very carefully because she doesn't let anybody get away with it. So we're interested in knowing if the numbers that you have been submitting to the Securities and Exchange Commission have been reflective of what you actually earn in your business.
Yes, Your Honor, that's an audited financial report.
Oh, there are auditors and there are auditors. I'll give you all the auditors you want. And you tell them how much taxes you want to pay and they'll fix the books for you. They go backwards in this country. Una sa lahat, itatanong yung ng auditor, boss, magkano gusto mo bayaran? Di sabihin mo na, 300,000. Sige, okay na. And he will manufacture all the expenses to justify declaring only 300,000 in taxes. That's why it works here. Ms. Henares, are remittance companies taxed differently than ordinary operating businesses?
Yes, sir. For the business tax, a remittance company and a foreign exchange firm is a non-bank financial intermediary and is subject to gross receipt tax of 5%.
That's not in lieu of income tax. Meron pa income tax.
Yeah, aside from income tax, they are not vatable, but they are subject to gross receipt tax.
Okay, define gross receipts for the committee.
So, like for example, they said they earn 10 million, so they're required to pay 5% of 10 million. So that's 500.
Why do we tax them twice? I was not responsible for that law, so.
No, this is a business tax. Other business pay VAT, but there are some business who does not pay VAT, but they pay percentage tax.
Okay, so this is in lieu of VAT.
Yeah, in lieu of VAT.
All right. Magkano po binayaran ng PhilRem in gross receipts tax?
Wala siyang gross receipt tax, sir. I think they paid their VAT because their registration is wrong. We looked at their registration.
How much did you pay in VAT? Wala rin ditong VAT eh. They're only... They didn't pay any other kind of tax. Eh, yung gross receipts tax lang at 27 million times 5%.
Sir, we're VAT registered, so we pay VAT.
Saan po yung VAT dito? I see the line sales, cost of sales, gross profit. Then you listed your operating expenses beginning with salaries and wages. Eto, may taxes and licenses, 103,000. So that cannot be VAT, no? Because if you paid VAT at 27 million, mas mataas. It would have been cheaper for you to pay the gross receipt, the GRT.
Sir, it might not be cheaper for them. I think, because if you look at their financial statement, they said 27 million is their gross, and I think their expenses is very inflated, because their income is only a few 100,000.
No, that's the fault of the auditor. You know that already.
So if you look at it, I would think they're paying a VAT of mga 1%, 2% lang yan kasi may input VAT against output VAT.
VAT is on sales, right?
Sir?
Value-added tax are based on sales, total sales.
Yeah,
not based on net income.
Yes, but you can deduct your input VAT from your, because you have expenses.
Yes, I understand that.
Yes, so...
But there is no line for VAT here.
Because it does not appear in the income statement, it would appear someplace else, not in the income statement.
Did you pay VAT, Ms. Bautista?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much VAT did you pay?
Sir, I don't know. It's really my accountant who does that. For January 2016, we paid 45,301.
In January only?
Yeah, we pay every month. Your
How
Honor.
much? You pay 45,000 a month?
For February, it was 36,580.
Okay.
And then for hindi. We're still doing the one for March.
All right, but last year, for all of last year, and what did you credit in terms of input VAT?
quarter.
For the first quarter, we paid 51,288. Last year, 2015.
VAT?
VAT.
Why do you give it to the committee per quarter? We'd like you to give it to us for the entire year.
I think VAT is per quarter.
Yes, that's when you file and pay, correct?
Yes.
But we'd like you to total the 4 quarters for 2015. While they're looking for that, would you like to explain to the committee what you mean by cost of sales? Ms. Bautista, what goes into your cost of sales?
Bank charges.
Bank charges.
Yes.
So in 2013, on a gross income of 20 million, you declared 5.5 million to be cost of sales. Right?
Yes, sir. I don't have my files and my records. That's why I cannot confirm everything.
All right. But here's my question. In 2014, you declared 27.2 million as gross income and declared 15 million, or 3 times what you declared as cost of sales in 2013. So that was a big swing. That was from 5 million to 15 million, or a 3-time increase, while your gross sales only increased by 7 million, from 20 to 27.
Because the cost of delivering became higher at that that's 2015, right? 14, yes.
So delivery costs are all lumped under the heading cost of sales.
A part of it, it's included. Yeah.
And the other part?
The other part is the operating expense, I believe.
Hindi, yung operating expense is below that already. Ito gross sales 27 million, cost of sales 15 million, net profit 11 million, tapos operating expenses 8.8 million, income from operations 2.9 million. So it's a different item. All your operating expenses are in more detail. Your cost of sales is just one line. So we were asking you to break out or to explain to us what goes into your cost of sales.
If I'm not mistaken, Your Honor, that's the cost of delivering transactions.
That's impossible.
Let me clarify. When I'll get back to you on the cost of sales. What is the breakdown of the cost of sales?
Would you do that and we'd like to take a look at your 2015 statement. Have you filed that already with the SEC?
Not yet. But yes, I will get all my facts and my documents together.
All right. Now, on another item, we're still not clear whether you ever met Wai Kang Su or not, although you did say in previous hearings that you delivered, ano sabi ninyo, 600 or 400 million pesos?
600 million pesos and $18 million.
Okay. And you delivered it in several tranches?
Yes, delivered at first and then picked up on the rest of the days.
Now, the 600 million pesos that you said you delivered to Mr. Wai Kang Su, does that include the 400 million pesos cash that you delivered to Mr. Kim Wong?
I did not deliver to Mr. Kim Wong. He was just
Pumunta
there.
nga siya sa bahay mo eh.
He was there, but I did not deliver to him. It was Mr. Wei Kang-soo. Yes, part of it was
When
the
Mr.
400.
Kim Wong went to your house 3 times, he picked up the cash. Mr. Kim, pag-i-confirm lang
Yes,
po.
sir po. Opo.
Ilang beses po kayo nakapunta sa bahay ni...
3 beses po.
3 beses.
Opo.
And on each time you picked up 100 million.
100 million, tsaka $3 million. February 9, February 10, 100 million, $2 million. February 14, 100 million po.
So that's 300 million pesos in cash and $5 million dollars in cash. Yung first 100
sa Soler po.
deliver sa Soler.
Oh, Soler po.
Okay, there you have it. Are you saying Mr. Kim Wong's lying?
I don't know, Your Honor.
But he went to your house.
Yes, Your Honor. I
Okay.
admit to that.
So, kinuha mo sa kanya yung 600. 400 plus the $5 million.
Hindi po, 300 po. Kay Konkon po.
Kay Konkon.
Opo, sa asawa niya po.
300 plus $5 million.
Opo.
Okay. And hindi mo kasama si Wai Kang-soo.
Wala po. Yung pick-up ko, wala po. Pumunta po sa bahay, wala po. Ako lang po, tsaka driver.
On what occasion were you with Wai Kang-soo as far as delivery of monies were concerned? Yung isang beses lang sa Soler? Ganun ba yun?
Never po.
You were never around when Mr. Wai Kang-soo
Wala
received
po.
money?
Wala
Okay. Ms. Bautista? Was Mr. Kim Wong ever around when you delivered money to Wai Kang-soo?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Saan?
Sa Soler, at saka yung pag-pick up nila sa bahay.
Every time Mr. Kim Wong went to your house, dala-dala niya si Mr. Wai Kang-soo?
Yes, Your Honor, except for the last two days.
Well, he only went there 3 times to your house.
Yes.
So, he only brought Wai Kang-soo once.
No. No, Your Honor. He went to the house 3 times, except for the 2 days. Mr. Wong.
He went to the house 3 times except for the 2 days. Now, I'm totally confused by that statement. He went to the house 3 times except for the 2 days. I don't understand that statement. How many times did he go to your house?
Well, we had a total of 6 transactions, right? One was in
You
Soler.
mean 6 deliveries?
No, yeah, one was in Soler, the first time, the February 5. And then 9, 10, 11 with Mr. Wong, and then 12, 13 without Mr. Wong.
9, 10, 11 in your house.
Yes, it was picked up.
Mr. Wong.
Yes, Mr. Wong and Mr. Wei Kang-soo.
Sabay.
Oho, meron ho silang mga Chinese na kasama.
Did you know Mr. Wai Kang-soo at that time? I mean, you recognized him? You knew he was Wai Kang-soo?
I saw him the first time.
On February 5?
Yes, but I was not there on the 9th, 10, 11. It was my husband, Mr. Bautista.
Mr. Kim Wong? Kasama mo daw sa pagpunta sa bahay ni Concon Bautista at ni Miss Salud Bautista.
Sir, wala po akong kasama. Ako lang po, tsaka mga bodyguard ko.
Baka yung bodyguard mo, kamukha ni Wai Kang-soo.
Maitim po eh.
Did Mr. Wai Kang-soo enter your house? Did he say hello to you?
No, I was not there. When they picked up the money On the 9th, I wasn't in the house.
So it was only Concon
yes, yes.
who can testify to that. So that's why we need him at the next hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. Wait, I think he said that already in the last hearing, Your Honor.
All right. Now, you submitted receipts of delivery to Mr. Y. Kang-soo.
Yes, Your Honor.
You submitted them to the Senate. And you're sure that it was Mr. Y. Kang-soo who delivered, who signed these receipts?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Because we compared his signature with the signature that he submitted to the department, to the Philippine Consulate General in Xiamen when he applied for a non-immigrant visa to the Philippines. And the signatures are different.
May we see, Your Honor?
Would you like to see it?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
And we'll show you. You have the PhilRem receipts?
Looks the same to me, Your Honor.
To us who don't understand kanji, it all looks the same. That's true. But if you look more closely, siya rin nag-sign ng accept receipt ng $3 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
It looks different to me. We're going to need a handwriting expert in kanji to decipher, but it looks quite different to me. Did you check it yourself? And you're saying it's one and the same?
Looks the same to me, Your Honor. I'm not Chinese. I actually...
All right. Did you check Mr. Y. Kang-soo's passport when he identified himself as
Yes.
Y. Kang-soo?
Yes, Your Honor. I just took a picture of it.
You took a picture. May we have a copy of that?
I already submitted,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Saan? Baka ikaw pumirma nito, Kim. Ha?
Hindi po, hindi po. Mahirap po pirma ho yan.
Because hindi namin maintindihan, maski si Senator Gingona, kaya niya gayahin ito. Hindi ko malaman kung fake o hindi. Sino? You're pointing to somebody, Mr. Wong. Can you tell the committee who you're pointing to?
I think Commissioner Kimina can read the Chinese.
Can you tell the difference?
I can read Chinese, but I don't know whether I can tell the difference.
No, but this should be fairly easier for you because you're familiar with kanji, di ba? I couldn't tell it. Beyond my level of expertise. Now, also in your report, Ms. Bautista,
Sir?
you tried to complete but did not quite complete
siya pareho.
the
By the same person.
transactions that you made in a given year. Kakaunti lang yun. I was looking at it, no, I can't find it. Hindi ko kasi yung income statement. How long have you been dealing with RCBC? Ms. Bautista?
Since 1999.
1999. And in a given year, how many transactions would you have with RCBC, either to change dollars to pesos or to change pesos into dollars?
I deal with, for the dollars, we normally deal with RCBC Forex.
Yes.
And RCBC Treasury.
Would you report that? You know, that would be part of your gross earnings, right, when you have the spread?
Would I report it?
Yeah, would you report it in your income tax statement?
I have to check with my accountant how they...
Can we invite your accountant here, because we'd like to question her. What's the name of your accountant? Ms. Bautista, have you decided what the name of your accountant will be?
Your Honor, I have to check in the office.
You don't know the name of your accountant also?
No, it's my person in the office who does all the
I'm just asking if you know the name of your accountant.
No, I have to check in the office.
You don't know the name of your accountant?
No.
I have here the name Mercedes Peña Florida. Is she your auditor? External auditor.
It's the external auditor.
Yeah. That's Mercedes Peña Florida. Who's your chief accountant? You know, that's very strange. You know, you must have a very large office, no? Ilang kayo sa opisina?
Sorry?
How many employees and associates do you have in your office? Cityland, no?
We're around 50.
50. So at least you have one chief accountant there, no? You can't name him or her.
Your Honor, there's so many people already who's being
Hindi,
part
marami
of
tayo.
this.
May Marlene Santiago. Do you know Marlene Santiago?
What year is that?
You change every year?
No.
This 2014. The other one is 2015. Mukhang every year pinapalitan ninyo yung CPA ninyo. Ah. Who's your chief accountant?
Will you ask her to come here, Your Honor, also? I might lose my accountant already.
Why will you lose her? We're just asking her to tell the truth. You can't explain simple things that I ask, so I'm just asking how you put your reports together.
Can I prepare? I'll answer you on Tuesday, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
You can rehearse everything. Pero eto simple lang ito. If I were CEO, I would be able to explain where is what and who is who, no? But okay, we'll give you until Tuesday. I'm just thinking with a transaction the size that RCBC gave you in this particular case, certainly your gross receipts should be way higher than 27 million a year. Much higher. Now, remittance companies are covered institutions. So we would like, may we know, how many suspicious transactions reports have you made over the last 3 years? 3 years lang. 2013, 2014, 2015. How many STRs?
This is actually the first one, Your Honor.
The first one. So, none of your past transactions ever.
None, Your Honor.
Very honest people.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you just you said in earlier hearings that you depend on the KYC of a third party, in this case RCBC and other banks that you deal with.
Yes, yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
So, based on that, you never saw any reason to submit or to file a suspicious transaction report.
No, in the past, none.
All right. But there have been similar transactions. Bank asks you to exchange. I'm talking about size.
Yes, Your Honor.
Was this the biggest single, the $81 million, was that the biggest single transaction ever handled by PhilRem?
Well, if I put it at the 81 million, yes. But I looked at it as per day transaction. So.
Okay. And your largest transaction before this was how much? 70, 60, 50?
No, Your Honor, this is, well, I take this transaction as per
one.
day. No, not
Per
as
day.
one, as when you say 81 million, one whole 81, but for, each and every day, I have a lot of transactions. And
so you count this as one transaction or 4 transactions?
per day transaction.
Per day.
Yes.
All right. So therefore, if $100 million comes into you on day 1, but you're only able to exchange $10 million that day, that becomes a $10 million transaction to you.
Yes, but there's no $100 million that came in at any given point, one time, because that would be suspicious.
All right. Would 81 be suspicious?
Yes, if it were coming in at one single time.
If it came in from one account, which is the William Go account, would you consider that suspicious?
Yes, Your Honor.
This was sent to you by William Go.
Yes, Your
It was not sent to you by those 4 non-existent.
No, I do not know
depositors.
any of the 4 accounts.
So it was merely requested of you by Ms. De Guito to change from dollars into pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so isang transaction lang yon, $81 million.
Hindi po. Hindi po. It's just one transaction for the first day.
Ms. De Guito, paki-clarify lang po ito, no? First, how often have you dealt with PhilRem in the past?
Per requirement ng client. Kasi yung transactions po with them is based on the instruction of the clients also.
I see. So it's the client who tells you which remittance company to use.
Yes po.
Okay. Ngayon, pag pinapalitan ng from dollars into pesos, bakit pa kailangan ng client mag-identify ng remittance companies when RCBC has a foreign exchange department?
I think PhilRem has a better rate than yung over-the-counter bank rate po.
Better rate.
Opo.
Binibili naman nila sa RCBC eh.
Ay, hindi ko na po alam. But if you compare po kasi...
No. Do not say hindi mo na po alam. In this particular instance of the $81 million, $61 million was exchanged to RCBC, correct? So bumalik naman ka sa RCBC, so maybe the client got charged twice.
Sir, sorry, I got confused with your question. I thought you were asking bakit yung kliyente nagsosource pa sa PhilRem. With this particular transaction po kasi, I was just asked to source nga a money changer to, kasi may mga remittance na gagawin to Soler and Eastern Hawaii.
Alright. Pero dollars, ba't hindi mo muna in exchange for pesos through RCBC?
Eh, sa kanila na rin naman po yung transaction, so sa kanila na pinaggawa lahat yung
At
conversion.
sino nag-identify ng PhilRem?
Si Sir Kim po asked lang if I could recommend somebody, black market.
Ano?
Si Sir Kim Wong po, Mr. Wong asked me if I could recommend a black market. And si PhilRem po yung naisip ko.
Black market.
Apo.
I'd like to ask the Governor of the Central Bank. Black market went out of fashion when we started liberalizing our foreign exchange transactions. Do you still use that phrase today, black market?
No more, Mr. Chairman. I think the terms that are being used are like informal market or parallel market, because actually money changers can be registered with the BSP. So
Can be
registered with the
Okay.
BSP as a business.
So if they're registered, they're a parallel market. If they're not registered, what do you call them? Naughty market.
That's probably the definition of black market, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. So, ang sabi mo, Ms. Digito, na magsosource ka sa black market kasi mas maganda yung rates.
Opo.
Did you instruct PhilRem to do that, to source it from the black market?
Hindi po, basta po, yung mga transactions po kasi before ganun, di ba? Kumbaga may mga kliyente kasi na nagpapapalit sa kanila. So I just told them there's going to be a cleared funds that will be transferred to their accounts. And they have to convert that to
Sino
peso.
nagbabantay sa rates dito? Mr. Kim Mong, ikaw ba nagbantay sa rates dito? Pumasok ang $81 million, sinabi mo nga kay Ms. Digito, I want you to change at least $61 million into pesos, but I don't want to pay a rate that's higher than this. Sino nagtatrack nito?
Wala po, hindi ko po alam. Sila ho nag-usap eh.
So, they could have charged you anything. They could have exchanged it
Maybe po.
a peso.
Siguro po, hindi pa ho kasi may kulang pa nga ho, di ba ho?
Hindi. I'm asking, who was in charge? Sabi mo kulang kasi ikaw ang in charge, ikaw na mamahala dito. Yung $81 million pinasok ni Gao?
O, pinasok po ni Ding tsaka ni Gao po. Si Gao, kinausap niya ako. So, magkukwentahan ho sana ho. Wala pong makwentahan eh, kasi kulang po eh. Walang way.
Hindi siya umangal sa rate of exchange?
Hindi pa ho dumating dun eh.
Hindi, nakatanggap na sila ng pesos, hindi ba?
Kulang pa ho, sir.
Hindi, kulang sa total amount.
Oh, pero hindi, wala pa ho sinabi.
Yung
Wala po.
pagdating sa iyo ng 100 million pesos, for example, hindi mo tinatanong at what rate did you buy the pesos?
Sila na po, hindi po ako nagtanong. Hindi pa ho.
Eh sa iyo lang ang dineliver eh. Paano nila itatanong? Sabi mo sa inyo, dineliver yung 100 plus another 100, di ba?
Opo.
Kayo,
Hindi, di ba yung diretso po sa Soler, diretso po sa Maidas, hindi pa ho na kwenta.
ang gusto ko lang malaman, yung pag-deliver ng 100 million pesos plus 100 million pesos plus another 100 million pesos doon sa bahay ni Mr. Bautista.
Kumbaga ano pa lang ho?
Hindi mo tinanong anong rate?
Wala pa ho. Kumbaga dista lang ho pagkuha. Wala po ano.
See, they don't care about that. You could have charged them 2 pesos per dollar and they would not have masking 49 to the dollar. Hindi ninyo binabantay nito, di ba? I mean, usually, pagdating ng pera to anybody, kwekwentuhin niya muna, magkano binigay ko siyo? $20 million. Magkano ang rate of exchange dito? Iko-compute niya yun, di ba? Hindi ninyo kinompute.
Hindi po. Hindi pa ho. Hindi pa po.
I'll do business with you next time. Basta wag mo lang bilangin.
Oh, basta lista. Pagka total na lang po.
Hindi total, pero total it depends upon the details.
Opo, in details na pang dulo na lang po. Kaya lang pagdating dulo, kulang po.
Okay. In any case, it doesn't seem important to you, Mr. Wong, pero nakapagtataka kung bakit wala ho nagbabantay ng total nito, $81 million. Sino ho ang sisingilin ninyo sa pagkukulang ng $17 million?
Kasi po sir, kinagaw ho kinading eh. Hindi ako masyado interested. Hindi ako nagipagkwenta ever since eh.
Hindi nagagalit sigaw?
Hindi, nagagalit ho sila. Basta kulang eh. Nagkukwenta ho sila. Pero sabi ko, hindi ko alam eh.
Malaking kulang po yun.
Malaki nga po. Halos na magkakapatayan na ho kami. Last eh.
Ikaw ang papatay nila.
Hinahamon nila
hindi
ho.
si Mrs. Bautista. Sabihin mo, hindi.
Sinabi ko sa kanila eh. Sabi ko, huwag niyo ako takutin kasi Manila to. Sabi ko po.
Okay. Pero talaga, Mr. Kim Wong, I don't understand how Mr. Gao could have left the country when he is short $17 million.
Hindi po siya umalis.
Nandito po siya?
Hindi ho. Nung sitting ho, nagagalit, nung February 11, 1 o'clock na ho, doon ho kami nagkakatalo, sigaw ang tikaawat. So, next day, sitting, umalis na po. Sigaw na iwan pa ho. Sigaw ho, nasa record ho ng suli. Hinuli pa ng suli.
Hinuli?
Opo, ng March 10.
Why?
Dahil nga, di ba, nagkaproblema ng suli, kinuha pa kay Gao lahat ng pera, mga chips, pati password. Kaya ho, magtutulong sana kami, kaya lang, sabi ng suli ho, wala naman tayong rights sa paano i-hold si Gao. So si Gao nakauwi ho, March 11. Dahil kasi gumalaw ang suli, may record po yun, 11 ho siya umalis.
Teka muna ang question ko, ba't siya aalis kung meron pang $17 million missing?
Hindi nga pa ho siya sana aalis eh. Hinuli ng suli, kinuha ang chips, kinuha lahat eh. Kaya natakot daw siya. Hindi na din makadaro. Wala ho silang pera.
Will Soler confirm that? Did you abuse your own client?
Yes, Your Honor. We confirmed that Gao Shuhua was one of those players on March 10 when we stopped the play. And it was one of he was in the room that where we searched and got the cash and other chips, Your Honor.
But you only were able to recover like 103 million pesos, no?
In equivalent cash
Yes.
in pesos, Your Honor. Yes.
Yeah. What happened to the rest?
The rest, 107 million in their account, Your Honor.
The rest he lost. Hindi, gusto ko malaman kasi ang pinadala sa Soler, magkano yun? 1 billion, magkano? Sa Bloomberg?
1.365 billion.
1,365 million.
That's correct, Your Honor. But it was distributed to so the
players.
Not the junket operators, Your Honor. 3 junket operators.
All right.
So what was played with us was 331 million.
And the 800, what happened to that? The balance.
Well, the junket operators are supposed to explain what happened.
You mean they didn't gamble it? They didn't play it?
They did not play it in the premium program of Soler, Your Honor. I think they played it with
In the private room?
Junket operators.
In the private room?
That's correct, Your Honor. Yeah.
You don't keep track of how much they played in the private room? Di ba may non-cashable chip yan?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
The non-negotiable chips were transferred from Soler to the junket operators.
All right, so the one who's responsible for that would be the junket operators.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And who were the three junket operators you say the 1.365 million were transferred to?
Yeah, 903 million went to Sun City Junket.
Sun City, that's Mr. Chua.
Chow.
Chow, sorry, Chow.
Yes, and the 100 million went to Gold Moon, and 31 million went to Lau Kawai Junket, Your Honor.
And those three gentlemen have left the country already?
No, Your Honor, they're our junket operators, so they are in Soler.
They're based in Soler.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. One of these days, the committee would want to talk to them.
Yes, Your Honor.
They more or less spend most of their time here, being junket operators.
They've been with us, Gold Moon since 2014.
No, do they live here? Do they make life here in Manila?
No, Your Honor. So this is just one of their many operations. They're international operators.
So they go all over the place?
That's correct.
All right. Pero suki rin ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, we would like to talk to them one of these days to see
Yes, Your Honor.
if we can close the gaps in some of our missing information. Now, meron po tayong mga contradictory statements that were made by some of our key resource persons. Now, it says field rem testified. Well, I don't know who field rem testified. Why do you say field rem testified? There are two field rem. It's either Concon Bautista or Salud Bautista. So why do you say field rem? Wala na who that is. Will you correct this? Field rem testified. I don't know if that's you or Concon. That the amounts of $90 million and $500,000 were delivered to Mr. Su at Soler, with Mr. Wong present. Mr. Wong claimed having received only 80 million pesos. Mr. Wong.
Sir.
Nakatanggap ba si Mr. Y. Kang Su ng $500,000? Yung first delivery?
Wala po, sir.
At ang testimony nila, 90 million, not 80. Not 100, 90.
Hindi po, sir. 100 po yun kasi pwede ho i-check sa Sun City po.
80 and 20.
Opo.
Yan ang pinag-uusapan natin.
Opo, yung 80 ho tsaka 20, may check-in ho sa date ng Sun City, February 5, si Ding Shishi ang nag-deposit ng 100 million. May record po yun, misi ano buksan nyo yun. Nasa computer po yun eh.
Yung $500,000, wala.
Wala naman po deposit ho doon.
Now, Ms. Digito, yung pag-break up at saka-delivery nitong mga pera na ito, sino nagbigay sa iyo ng instruction? Si Mr. Kim Wong?
Sir, yung cash delivery po wala. Yung first transaction lang ng February 5, yung to deposit to Bloomberry and Eastern Hawaii. Yun lang po yung natatandaan.
That's the 1.365.
Yes, that was the first transaction.
And 1 billion pesos to Eastern Hawaii.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's only 2.365.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're missing 1.4 billion. Bakit dineliver yung 1.4 billion kung walang instructions?
As to instructions po sa kanila yung cash delivery, hindi ko po alam. Ang instructions lang sa akin was to credit everything to them and have it converted to peso.
Let me get this clear. You've got this amount of money. Dapat yung may-ari niyan o sino nagbibigay ng instructions sa iyo ang magsasabi kung kanino ninyo i-deliver yun, di ba? That's standard, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, here's Here's 3 billion. I want you to deliver 1 billion to this guy, 1 billion to this one, and 1 billion to Soler. Ganun yon. So bakit may balanse na walang instructions? Hindi mo tinatanong kung, uy, meron ka pang pera dito. Saan ko idadala ito?
Your Honor, si Mr. Wong po acted as the representative of those accounts. He claimed naman po that he really referred the account. So as authorized representative, tinatanggap ko lang po yung mga instructions. But as far as the instructions are concerned, yun lang po yung February 5 lang po yung in-instruct sa akin to Bloomberry and Eastern Hawaii nga. Now, the rest of the instructions was just to credit everything to PhilRem and have it converted to peso para po bumalik sa akin yung balanse ng peso.
Teka muna, sa February 5, are you talking only of the amount that was released by RCBC of $22.5 million? Ayun ba?
Yes po. Yung first tranche po ng transaction kasi was parang mga konti lang, 14, 15.
Teka muna, nakukompuse ako. $6 million, $20 million, $25 million, and $30 million. Di ba? Apat yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright. Saan ang galing ang 22.5?
Hindi po. Yung apat na credititan po nun, parang yung isang account doon, the instruction was to credit a portion of that to William Go's account and transfer it to PhilRem for the conversion of the peso. And then afterwards...
Which was the 30. Anong pumasok ng February 5? That was Friday.
Lahat po yun pumasok na. Pero ang transaction lang po nung Friday, isa lang po eh.
Lahat credited na. The entire $81 million was credited on Friday.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you got instructions to transfer 22.5.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was that in pesos, yung 22.5? That's roughly 1 billion pesos.
Yes, Your Honor. And
pinagdala mo lahat yan sa
Bloomberry and Eastern Hawaii po.
Anong split doon?
Ano po? Hindi ko po alam yung...
500?
Hindi ko na po matandaan yung split niya kasi parang the branch issued an MC. It was also payable to PhilRem. And PhilRem, sila na po yung nag-transact doon sa banko nila on how they will transfer it to Bloomberry and
No, I'm
Eastern
not talking about how. I'm talking about who it was delivered to. At hindi naman pwede mag-decide ng PhilRem to whom they will deliver it, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
They're not the owners.
I'm telling you po, what the instruction was...
Sino their instruction?
The instruction of Mr. Wong was to credit everything to PhilRem. Pero what we did po on the first day lang was that yung kailangan sa Soler and Eastern Hawaii. And that was the first. Hindi ko na po kasi matandaan kung magkano yung first amount of transaction, kung 22 or $15 million lang. Pero yun lang po yung una.
Kailan ba sinabi siya yun ni Mr. Wong na nagagalit na si Mr. Gao kasi may $17 million missing?
Ay, yung nawawala po, hindi ko po alam. Actually, yung February 5 po, ang instruction na was to credit everything to PhilRem. Kaya lang po, parang I don't feel the need na gawin. Sa ko sa Tuesday na lang, para medyo mas mahaba yung time para mag-ADP pa sa akin yung dollar.
Okay. Okay. Now, PhilRem. I'll hold that off until CONCON comes and your accountant comes. I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Lorenzo Tan. Mr. Tan, now there was no actual cash transfer. We know that. Now these are electronic transfers. Still, at the end of Friday, in the books of RCBC, you would have seen a pop in your foreign deposits. Now, normally you would have around $400 million in FCDUs.
Can I answer that, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
In total assets, it's about $1 billion, sir.
$1 billion.
Yes, sir.
If you see a pop of $81 million in one day, would that raise eyebrows. Wouldn't you at least check saan ito nanggaling?
Actually, it was raised to us, Your Honor.
And
well, as mentioned earlier, we checked with the BM, Ms. Diquito.
would you like to speak into the mic so
We checked with the BM about it, and she relayed to Ms. Bridget Capina that these were valid transactions.
yeah, so everything's blamed on the branch manager?
Well, that's our process, Your Honor. We check with the branch
You know, that's a
manager.
very bad process. You cannot depend on one. Now, in New York, you would have had $81 million credited to your account, diba, with your correspondent bank there.
That's right,
diba?
Your Honor.
How did you invest that money? Did you let it sleep overnight, over the weekend?
Well, it was left in our accounts in New York, Your Honor.
Yes, but without earning interest? Don't you automatically shovel into
I think at that point, the rates were actually very low as well.
so you decided you didn't need the money?
No, we left it in the account. I'm not really sure how it was invested, Your Honor. I have to check with our treasury.
Who takes charge of that?
Liquidity manager.
Were you not treasury?
Yes, sir. It was, but we have people who handle the deposit
So there's an
side.
automatic...
It depends, Your Honor. Like, we can leave money in an account where it will earn market rates. And
So you have an arrangement there with your correspondent bank that the money does not
some banks,
sleep.
Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Otherwise, even if it's only 1% a year...
Actually, the rates for US dollar deposits will probably be maybe less than 15 basis points or 0.15% per annum.
Per annum.
Yes, sir.
But as a matter of healthy financial practice, it's still better to put it into an earning account rather than let it sleep, di ba? Anyway, these are very short-term deposits, like 1 day, overnight, 2
Yes, sir.
days, 1 week, di ba?
Yes, sir. That's how we do it. Overnight, the rates would be about that much or even less.
15 basis points.
Or probably even less. Yes, Your Honor.
Per annum yan, ha?
Yes, Your Honor.
Those are annual rates.
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to switch, if I can find my notes. There. Here. Mr. Kim Wong, before February 5 this year, nagkaroon ba kayo ng any banking relationship with RCBC?
Wala po, sir.
You never opened an account there?
Wala po.
You never dealt with Ms. Digito either?
Wala po.
So, bakit napaka-trusted ninyo si Ms. Digito? Kayo
Kasi-
nagpasok ng pera dito, si Ms. Digito ang tinawagan ninyo for $81 million kaagad ng parang kulog sa langit. Kaya Ms. Digito yan.
Kasi sir, dati ko po na-meet, di ba, sa... Nakapag-open na ako account sa kanya sa East-West. 2 million pesos po. Naiwan ko na doon. Tapos palagi ko siya nakikita doon sa binibilan ko kotse. So palagi siya na, mag-open ka account. Naisip ko po na i-refer daw pa. Refer, yun. Pero tama din, duda nga. Hindi. Kinukulit niya ako. Tsaka, nasa isip ko naman kung ano naman yun, di ba? Pag bangko, di ba? Maano naman kung...
Hindi, pero malaking pera ito. I mean...
Hindi ko po alam magkano larating. Hindi ko po alam.
Hindi sinabi
Ang alam ko lang po, kay Gao, kasi may utang sa akin 450 million. Sabi ko, 450 million, baka parang tinansya ko, mabayaran na ako, yun lang po. Yun ang alam ko po, dahil yung usapan namin ni Gao. Kaya ito si Gao, dumating to si Ding Sisi, hindi ko po talaga alam na ganun mangyayari ho.
Ano nangyari sa 1 billion na transmit sa Eastern Hawaiian?
Yung 1 billion ho, kasi may humahawak po yun eh. Yung 550 ho, dinaro po. Sila po yung nagipag-ayos po. Yung 450 ho, yun ang inano ko po. Nagbayad po ako sa bangko, tsaka nagbayad po ako sa...
So, pera ito ni Gao?
Pera, hindi. Bayad ko sa utang ni Gao.
Teka muna.
Opo.
Yung $81 million, pera ni Gao?
Yun ang sabi. Pero sabi ni Gao, si Ding ang mag-invest. Through Gao po. Si Gao kasi ang kasosyo ko talaga eh.
Okay. So, kung pera ni Ding, ba't mo kinuha kaagad yung 450?
Sabi ko ni Gao, kaya nagpa-transfer ko siya 1B sa Eastern Hawaii para mabayaran ako ang utang. Sila
yung utang na siya, 450 lang. Bakit?
Hindi, may mga player ko siya magdararo doon. Kasi si Gao regular, opo.
Sama na yung mga player.
Opo.
Pero hindi mo alam na aabot ito ng $81 million.
Hindi lang po, sabi niya, marami pa. Kaya hindi ko alam. Sabi ko, pag nakita ko po.
Sabihin mo nga sa komite, paano niya sinabi malaki? Sinabi ba niya in excess of $100 million, sobra sa $200 million, sobra sa 300? Anong
more
sinabi
pa raw
niya?
Kasi ang...
More pa.
Kasi ang usapan namin ni Gao, ang beberan po niya sa akin, pagbenta niya lupa niya sa...
Hindi, maliit yung 450. Wag na natin.
Hindi ko sinasabi yung 450. Kasi meron po siya, ini-expect na 600 million arimimpe. Kasi may transact na sila sa China yung lote niya.
Teka muna. All I'm asking is how much did Mr. Gao indicate to you was gonna come in through RCB?
Kasi sinasabi ho malaki. Sabi ko, pakita mo na pera pag dumating na lang. Tsaka ako na lang ho.
Hindi, sabi mo, mas malaki sa 100 eh.
Opo, sinasabi nga ho niya.
Mas malaki sa
nag-uusap sila ni Ding, tapos sinasabi sa ni Gao, malaki raw. Sabi ko, pakita mo na pera.
Mas malaki sa 200.
Opo.
O, mas malaki sa 400.
Hindi ko po na tinanong. Yung Gao, 200 pa, sabi ko, pakita niyo muna para makita ko. Hindi ko po nakikita eh.
Okay. Abot ng 1 billion.
Hindi ko po alam. Kasi palagi niya sinasabi, ang dami. Sabi ko, totoo ba? Parang sino na to?
Miss Digito, did you have an idea of how much dollars were going to be remitted to those 4 or 5
Sir,
accounts?
Your Honor, wala po.
Hindi mo alam?
Hindi po.
Okay. Pero, naka-encash kayo up to 400. Saan ninyo nakuha yung 400 million? Who delivered the 400 million? Because 400 million was delivered to Mr. Kim Wong and Mr. Wai Kang Su in cash.
Sir, I don't have...
Where did you requisite the 400 million?
Sir, hindi ko po alam yung sa 400 million. Wala pa akong alam din sa cash delivery nila.
Okay. Pero ikaw nagdala ng 20.
So, wala po akong dala sa Soler. Yung sinasabi ko nga po kanina, I've answered that already. Baka po na-confused kasi si Mr. Wong. Halos kasabayan ko po kasi pumasok yung messenger ng PhilRem sa Soler. Hindi po ako may dala-dala nung ganun. Wala po akong dala sa Soler, but I was there.
What did you do there if you didn't bring anything?
I mentioned po kanina, we were supposed to meet po kami ni Mr. Wong nung February 4 pa. I have a text message on that, but I begged off po kasi I had to pick up my daughter sa school. So sabi ko po sa kanya, kinabukasan na lang kami magkikita. So nagkataon lang po talaga yun.
So anong pinag-usapan ninyo sa Soler? Wala ka naman dineliver.
We were supposed to talk about his account with East West. Kaya lang po nga, nandun
What would you have discussed with regard to his account with East West?
Hindi na po kasi masyadong kalala yung branch manager sa East West. So any instructions on that account, sa akin pa rin po dumadaan. Tapos ako yung nagsasabi din sa branch manager sa East
Ikaw
West.
nag-handle ng East West account ni Mr. Wong?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wong, ganun ba yun? RCBC manager handling your East West?
Hindi siguro po. Alam ko po, pinasa ko sa sekretary ko po. Sa isang sekretary ko, siya na bahala doon.
Hindi, teka muna, may sinabi ngayon si Miss Digito.
Hindi siguro po.
Hindi siguro.
Kasi wala ko kami dati pa ho, pinipilit niya, sabi niya po sa akin, yung nasa East-West mo, ilipat mo na sa RCBC. Sabi ko, ang hirap po ngayon, dami-dami pirman. Iwan na yan doon. So sabi ko doon sa sekretary ko, ikaw na bahala tumingin doon, bangbok doon.
Okay.
Opo. So hindi na ako namin pinag-usapan na ho yan. Kinukulitan nga ako, pero sabi ko ayaw ko.
Tama ba yun, Miss Digito?
Basta po yung February 4 nga, we were supposed to meet. May text message naman po ako on that. We were just supposed to talk about it. Whether or not nandun yung sekretarya na hindi ko po alam.
Okay, I'm not talking about the date. Let's agree that it's February 5. I wanted to find out, for you to tell the committee why you met with Mr. Kim Wong on February 5. After all, you had no deliveries to make.
Yun nga po yun, sir. He asked me to go there ng February 4 and I promised him that I would just go there February 5. Kasi nga we were supposed...
What were you supposed to discuss on February 4?
Yung account nga po sa East West Bank.
Yung account niya sa East West Bank?
Yes, sir.
You were going
So I
to
cannot go into details po kasi dahil kabilang bangko yun and syempre I have yung under bank secrecy law dun sa kabilang bangko naman yung account niya.
Ito naman may-ari ng account eh. Nandito may-ari ng account and one of the exemptions on disclosure is to get his permission, di ba? Anyway, hindi naman namin tinatanong sa inyo kung anong detalye sa account. We're not asking you how much is there. We're asking you what was the topic that you were supposed to discuss. At tama po ba yun, Mr. Wong, na kukulitin ka uli nung February 5 kaya dumalo siya sa Soler?
Hindi po siguro. Kasi matagal na ho yun eh.
Hindi, alam ko matagal na. But
hindi,
I want to know what is the
kasi...
reason why you met on February 5.
Hindi po, sir eh. Kasi matagal na ho yun eh. Hindi ka namin butang ko na po yun eh.
Anong matagal na yun? February 5?
Yung account sa East West ho.
Hindi, alam ko matagal na yun.
Ang usapan ho, magkikita ho kami dito sa Sulepo para yung paano ho, hindi ko alam po kung sino kausap niya sa money changer. Kung paano paano kay Gao ho yung ano. Kasi nung dumating ho sila, nandyan sila Gao sa likod. Opo.
All right. Until the next hearing, Mr. Chair, I suspend my questioning of the resource persons.
Okay. Senator Osmeña, you're requesting for the subpoena of the accountant of PhilRem?
No, we just invite the accountant. We subpoena the one who didn't turn up after he'd been invited twice. What's his name?
Palmares.
Mark Palmares.
Mark Palmares. Your accountant?
Your accountant, you can pick which accountant you want to bring here. We just want explanation on the taxation, on the...
Okay, I see.
You will bring next Tuesday?
I hope so, Your Honor. I mean, because they might not want to come with me. What do you think?
Well, would they rather would they rather
be scared?
Be arrested?
No naman. No. It's okay. I will.
No, we don't like to arrest people and put them in jail, but You know, the time of the committee is precious, and we have the full staff here recording, etc. So it's very expensive to say, well, the witness wouldn't turn up, so we'll have to hold another hearing. And that's very, very expensive for the Filipino people. But of course, this is an issue which has put the country in a very bad light. We saw it coming, and we want to make sure that we will be able to explain to our people why this is happening, and to have their support when we attempt to make corrections to the Anti-Money Laundering Law, the Bank Secrecy Act, the FCDU Act, and the General Banking Act. And that's 4 laws that we have to amend. So, mabuti, marami po nakikinig dito sa hearing, and at least malalaman po nila na may ginagawa naman si Senator Gincona para ma-cure yung mga depekto sa ating mga batas. So having said that, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank the committee.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, before we recognize Senator Aquino, I think Commissioner Henares wants to say something.
No, I just wanted to manifest about the comparison of the signature.
Go ahead.
It's not signed by the same person.
It's not signed by the same person.
No.
Why do you say that?
The way it is written, it's not.
Okay.
Because I write in Chinese.
You write in Chinese? I see. So
the way it's written, it's not written by the same person.
Okay.
There are three types of Asian writing. You've Chinese and Japanese. You've
and a
hiragana,
simplified Chinese.
katakana, and kanji.
Yeah.
The most common is kanji, di ba?
Now the most common is the simplified Chinese.
Meron ngayong bago.
Yeah, where it's a lot of shortcut. But this one is a traditional Chinese character, and it's not written by the same person.
But what would that be? Kanji?
I don't know. It's traditional Chinese. Because there's simplified Chinese and there's traditional Chinese.
Okay.
That's how they distinguish now between the Chinese character.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Okay, then. I just want a few questions to AMLA, Ms. Abad. Ms. Abad, yes. 4.6 million has been turned over to you, correct? Please, verbal response, please. Verbal response.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then also 38 million
38
pesos.
280,000 pesos, Your Honor.
Okay. So you've already started, you've already filed the necessary forfeiture cases.
We haven't filed, but it's being prepared, Your Honor.
When do you plan to file?
We are coordinating with the Office of the Solicitor General for the filing of the appropriate petition, Your Honor.
Okay. When will you file?
Soon, Your Honor.
Soon.
Yes, Your Honor.
When is soon? Give me a definite date.
Within the week, Your Honor.
Because you see, the sooner we return, the better.
Yes, Your Honor.
So let's act with dispatch on this within the week.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. There's also the other matter of 107 million that's with Soler, that's frozen, and also the 1.3 that Soler has. Have you acted on it? Filed the necessary, or tell us have you done the necessary legal procedure on it?
We are leading to that, Your Honor, the filing of appropriate petition for civil forfeiture also. So
civil forfeiture also.
We are considering consolidating everything, Your Honor, in just one petition, if that's possible. That's why it's taking us quite some time. But I commit to file the same with very soon, Your Honor.
If it's going to take quite some time, then might as well do it on installment. As well, like I said, the sooner the funds get back to its rightful owner, the better for all of us. I think you agree with that.
We will take note of that, Your Honor.
Okay. Senator Aquino?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, actually, those were also my questions for AMLC. I'd just like to ask Attorney Aguilar and Attorney Escanio, because I asked this last week. Attorney Aguilar, you mentioned earlier, hindi pa tapos yung accounting ninyo, no? But you'll have it by next week.
Yes, Your Honor. In a week's time, Your Honor. From
Attorney
today.
Escanio, were you able to complete your accounting of the 903 million?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We've actually submitted our report to the committee, and we've furnished more than sufficient copies, I think 10 copies. We will be accounting for the 100 million that was...
sorry. Sa inyo yung 100 million? Kaya
Yes,
Attorney
Mr.
Aguilar
Chair.
yung 900 million?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Your Honor, if I may be allowed, in order to better understand and evaluate what happened to the 100 million, if I be allowed to briefly discuss how a junket works.
It'll be up to the chairman, of course.
Yes, of course. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Do you want to do this now, Mr. Chairman, or in the next hearing? He can do it now or the next hearing.
This will be very brief, Your Honor.
Okay, please.
Okay. When we talk about a junket system, it is a system where junket operators market a specific casino from abroad, particularly in China. They bring in players into the casino, into a specific junket room to play high roller style, okay? And they operate with junket agents who are the ones who invite these high rollers from abroad. Now, when a junket agent comes into the Philippines, let's say into the Soler Casino and a specific junket like Gold Moon, they deposit a certain amount of money, like for example 100 million. Now these 100 million are converted into what you call non-negotiable dead chips. By non-negotiable dead chips, it is meant that these chips may not be encashed. The only way for you to deal with these chips is to play with them and to lose them in the casino. Now, you probably would say, well, if I'm going to lose them, then why would I want them? When a player plays in a junket, for example, he bets 1 million, he puts in a non-negotiable dead chip of 1 million. If he loses, the chip is taken by the bank. But if he wins, the dead chip is returned to him, and his winnings are returned in terms of cashable chips. So what happens is that the player would try to accumulate as much cash chips.
Your attorney. So that means, yung puhunan na non-negotiable, nasa inyo pa.
I'm going to that.
Okay,
Mr.
go ahead.
Chair.
Go ahead.
So, having said that, as far as Gold Moon Junket is concerned, on February 10, the Gold Moon Junket account was credited by Soler 100 million worth of non-negotiable chips. Now, representing the deposits of junket agent Ding Zichi and Ding Haibin. We must stress that Gold Moon did not receive any cash, but merely non-negotiable chips. Now, the foreign junket agents now went to Gold Moon Junket and opened an account. Before junket players can play in the junket, they have to have an account, okay, where all the transactions are recorded. Now, Mr. Ding Jise and Ding Haibin, through their junket players, identified as Mr. Wang Xin and Mr. Ting Pan Pan. These are players duly manifested with Soler, played at Gold Moon using Gold Moon non-negotiable chips. And they played for 3 days, specifically February 10, February 11, and February 16. Now, at the end of 3 days, the total cash chips that were withdrawn, meaning cashable chips, was pegged at 34,200,000. The total amount cashed at Gold Moon, meaning chips that were converted and withdrawn as cash, was 7,540,000. Now, there was around 67 million worth of dead chips. They were taken from the cage of Gold Moon by the players, and they were not returned. We don't know where they are. Now, in the 3 days that they played, the players actually had aggregate winnings. They won 8,740,000. In other words, pesos, Mr. Chair. In other words, they actually won instead of lost in the casino. So that is our report and accounting as to the 100 million. And if you need clarification,
Okay, Attorney, so may natira bang dead chips sa inyo?
Wala po, kasi
Wala.
po, everything was withdrawn from the cage.
Okay. So they withdrew 67 million pesos worth of dead chips, which they cannot use anywhere else except your junket operator, right?
Yes.
Yes. Would you be able to track those chips if they are used again in your casino? Or you cannot track that anymore?
Well, I believe there would be some difficulty because the chips, although specific, do not have any tracking
markings. So wala mang, I mean, it's what we imagine
there
a
are
chip
markings,
to be.
but you have to understand, they don't have any RFID or anything
Exactly,
of that
yeah.
sort. Yes.
May serial numbers ba yung chips?
I have not entered their junket.
Yes. So that can be tracked, technically speaking. So maybe the first thing is, can we get your cooperation that if these chips are used again, that they will be held, no? I mean, that's the first. You don't have to...
To the best of the ability of my client. Your
Okay.
Honor.
So yun yung una, 67 million that was withdrawn that won't ever be used again except in your account. So technically, you still have 67 million in your bank, in your account, because they were converted to chips.
No, Your Honor, because as we mentioned, there was no cash involved. There was only a credit of non-negotiable chips.
Yes,
The
but
physical,
a physical chip, meron ka bang gayang pera, di ba?
Your Honor, may I suggest, in order to enlighten the committee, that we can request Soler to describe how the whole thing works in terms of crediting.
Okay, no, I don't know if Mr. Tan wants to answer, but my question is very simple. Before I get the chips, kailangan kong bilhin yan with money, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
So may 67 million na kinuha na technically useless na yan, di ba? Kasi kung di nyo tatanggapin, useless na yan, which means may 67 million pa rin nakabangga nung perang yon in some account somewhere. Isn't that right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, but it's not with your institution. It's not with your institution.
It's credited to the account of Gold Moon, but not in terms of the physical possession of the cash.
Yes, but
it's just there in the account.
It's in an account, so technically you could withdraw that, di ba?
No, Your Honor.
Why not?
It's not the money, Mr. Chair. Those are just the value of the chips is there, but the physical equivalent or the money is not with Gold Moon.
No, I know, but the value, there is
The
a
value
67
the
million
value is there.
peso value somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, where is it? In what account? Oh, sige, Mr. Wong, go ahead.
Sir, when they buy the chips, they buy in the main case of Soler. So Soler will issue the non-negotiable chips. So
Okay.
they will play it there. So
Okay.
when they go back, they back to the Soler.
So nasa Soler po yung
You can ask
67 million value, Attorney Tan? Is that right?
Your Honor, the chips were purchased from Soler.
Yes.
So yes, we're responsible to pay for when the chips are returned to us. In our books, the 100 million was deducted and transferred to Gold Moon.
So nabili na, in short.
Yeah, that's correct. where are the chips? And to answer, Your Honor, yung question whether the chips can be tracked, the non-negotiable chips ng Gold Moon is the same as the non-negotiable chips that they also issue to many of their other players. So we will not know which of the chips were given to the Ding group as distinguished from other junket players ng Gold Moon kasi the chips are the same.
Nasabi ho, attorney, na merong serial number yung mga chips.
There are security features, Your Honor, but we don't keep track. When they are given, they're given a bundle of chips, which is the same as other bundle of chips that are given to
Are there
others.
unique numbers in the chips, or there are no unique numbers in the chips?
I believe they have numbers, Your Honor, but they are not tracked when they are given, 100 million worth.
They are not
It's the
tracked,
same.
and can they be tracked are two different questions, no? So they're not tracked. I think that's clear. Can they be tracked with looking at the serial number? Meaning unique po ba yung serial number sa bawat chip, or hindi po yan unique?
Your Honor, I was informed they cannot be tracked.
Kasi walang unique markings per chip.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, this goes back to my question in the previous hearing, no? Kung sila po ay part nitong hacking or this theft that happened, they withdrew that, they could actually just sell that to other people and let them go back to the casino. Is that right? And we wouldn't know anymore. Or are those chips really tracked and managed by Soler properly?
Now, the example given, Your Honor, Gold Moon non-negotiable chips. So anyone who will enter the Gold Moon junket room, they're regular clients, junket clients, for example. If we will not be able to know whether that particular chips they will be playing
Came from that
came
transaction.
From the same group. Yes, Your Honor.
Is that right, Attorney Escanio?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Unless you start issuing new chips to everyone. I mean, there are ways to do it, I'm sure. Kasi all of those chips, may account po yan nakabangga. If you issue all the chips to your junkets, if you issue new chips based on how much money is in their account, mabubukod yung mga lumang chips, di ba? There's a way to do it. Kasi it's so hard for me to accept na wala na, di ba? Parang that's what we're saying eh. Wala na, it's good as gone, no? When in fact, maybe with a little more effort, we can still track it. Did you consider that, Attorney Escanio? What if you issued new chips to the valid and official, ano ba, yung mga players ninyo na hindi walang kinalaman dito? Is that possible?
Mr. Chair, that I believe that is within the sound business judgment of the junket operator.
Okay.
I have not been given any particular information regarding
But in
that.
short, what you're saying is wala nang pera with you, right?
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
But as long, for me, no, as long as chips are out there with your name on it, then you're still partly responsible in one form or the other, no? Attorney Aguilar, in your case, wala pa kayong accounting na ganito, no? Kasi sa inyo yung mas malaki, 900 million.
Yes, Your Honor. Basically, pareho lang naman yung
sitwasyon.
Mas malaki lang ho yung amount na na-issue.
Okay. But in your initial investigation, lumabas ba na nakuha na rin lahat ng chips o meron pa kayong chips na hawak-hawak?
Actually, sir, ang inabutan, sa alam ko po ngayon, parang kino-contest, hindi man kino-contest pa. Hindi pa rin sila nagtatali dun sa sinasabi ng Soler na 903 million.
Okay. So you're even contesting that fact?
Doon pa lang sa base, meron natang problema.
Okay, but I'm more interested to know kung may natitira pa. Meron pa bang natitirang pera? I mean, yung 900 galing po yun sa Soler ba yun, no? Galing sa Soler yung 900 million?
Kasi po,
Attorney Tan?
Yes, Your Honor, we have records showing that they've been transferred to...
Just for the record, no? Attorney Aguilar, kayo po, yung accounting ninyo, magkano pa po yung natitira?
Your Honor,
magkano po yung naipasok pala? Sorry.
Your Honor, I think Parang nasa 700 pa lang ngayon.
Let's
So,
assume-
tinatrace, hindi naman ho kami nagko-contest.
Let's assume 700, no? Of the 700 million, may natitira pa po ba sa accounts ninyo or sa chips or whatever?
I don't have that information right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the account.
So you'll provide that next week, no?
Next week, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to have a simple question pero humaba. Attorney Abad, my question before, no? Is it a defense or pag sinabi ng third party, kasi they are third parties and sometimes fourth parties pa, no? Third party, pumasok na sa sistema namin yan na nabili na ng chips or na ano na. I mean, is that a defense in terms of keeping this money from AMLC, for example, or in the civil forfeiture case, kaya pa ring habulin kahit nilaro na sa casino?
Kaya pa rin, Your Honor.
That's within our laws.
Yes.
And are we in line with international laws as well? Hindi yun unique sa Pilipinas, no? Most international anti-money laundering law says that you can claim that money back.
Yes, Your Honor. Wherever the money went, we can recover it.
Mm-hmm. You can recover it to the best of our ability,
To
no?
the best of our ability.
Okay, so meaning, kung in-encash na, kunyari, these players, and by the way, Mr. Chairman, the players, we haven't even discussed those players yet, kung ano yung complicity nila. Pag in-encash na, obviously, wala na yun dun sa institution. But if there's still money left in the institution, pwede pa rin mahabol yun, no?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So for example, if there's 67 million na chips, but may kabanggayo na 67 million in cash somewhere, you could still go after that cash, right?
Yes, Your Honor. And in fact, even if the cash is no longer there, we can run after the other assets of the person which received the money or the value.
Even if they're not proven to be part of the theft? Or they have to be part of the theft?
I mean, if the original monies, no longer there or no longer available, we can run after other assets of the person.
Or institution?
The equivalent value.
Okay, but, sige, hypothetically, kung wala ka namang kinalaman sa pagdanakaw, mahahabol mo pa rin ba yung ari-arian ko just because dumaan sa akin? I also don't know the answer. I'm very interested to know.
Well, if it can be proven, Your Honor, that the money was received by that person, it came to his or her possession, then that can be recovered, Your Honor.
That can be recovered, whether may kinalaman siya dun sa theft o hindi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so meaning if these institutions, and of course, kung talaga namang wala silang kinalaman, you're saying that pwede pa ring mahabol yung pera sa kanila?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so, and as you mentioned to Chairman Gingona, you'll be filing these cases soon. Kasama po itong civil forfeiture case.
That is what we are filing, Your Honors, a petition for civil forfeiture.
Okay, apart from the charges on the violations in the Anti-Money Laundering Act?
Apart for criminal complaint against other persons who have been involved, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we file charges of theft, for example? Or because it is not Philippine money, we cannot file charges na theft yung kaso? Kasi ang alam ko, we're only filing anti-money laundering, di ba? Pero may pagnanakaw na nangyari. Can we actually file for theft?
If ever there was theft, Your Honor, it's not the AMLAC which will file the appropriate criminal complaint, Your Honor. If theft was committed abroad, or let's say in the U.S. or in Bangladesh, then the case is to be filed there, but not in the Philippines. What we are investigating and prosecuting here is the money laundering aspect, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Smenya.
Attorney Escanio.
Yes,
Hindi ko
Mr.
makita yung nameplate mo. Who are you representing?
Representing Ms. Chang
Lai
Fong.
Sino yun?
Junket operator of Gold Moon.
Okay. you have junket operator and junket agents. Do you have junket anything else? Dalawa lang yun.
Dalawa lang po.
Maraming junketeer sa Congress eh. So, hindi kasama ho. Okay. Now, the junket operators, yan po ang kasosyo ng bangko. Di ba? In other words, they have an arrangement with the casino na parang 60-40.
They basically rent the room in the casino and they cater to high rollers.
Pero sino nagbabangka? No, you rent a room in the casino. You don't come here if you can afford to just conduct a poker game in Shanghai or anywhere else. Siyempre, ang nagbabangka dyan yung casino.
The junket operator.
Yung junket operator, ang mga bankero. Mr. Kim Wong, can you answer that question, please?
Sir, pagka junket po, 52 sa...
Casino?
Opo, 52.5, tapos 4.7.5 sa junket operator.
Okay, so pera mo yon para ikaw casino?
Hindi po.
Partner sa...
Partner lang po. Pareho po kayo operator po. Pareho kayo bangka po.
Pareho kayo nga bangka?
Opo.
Partner?
Opo, partner po. Opo.
Alright. So, ang dead chips is really a control factor for the junket operator.
Opo.
Gagastos kayo, mangingimbita kayo ng player dito, ayaw mo naman na babayad kayo ng lahat yan at ng hotel room at ng pagkain, katapos hindi naman susugal, di ba?
Opo.
So, garantisado na isusugal nila yung pera na ipadala nila.
Opo.
At siguro pa iikutin yan mga 6 times.
Opo, sir.
Paano mo binibilang yung 6 times?
Yung 6 times po, sir, bawal po panalo ng 1 million po, tagtaya 1 million, panalo 1 million. Yung light po, papalitan doon sa case ng chips. Tapos may computer, parang nagbabayad ka 7-Eleven, lumalabas mo, ito yung 1 million na was mo, 2 million na was mo. May isang papel ho yun.
So talagang binabantayan ninyo, binabantayan ng junket operator na talagang sinusugal nila yan.
Opo.
So matatrack ninyo?
Matatrack po, sir.
Alright. Ngayon, pag may panalo, may winnings, makakas nila yung winnings.
Opo. Kasi makakaso nila winnings, kailangan may main case ho ng surer, may confirmation din. Kasi makasosyo kayo eh.
Hindi po, pero ang halimbawa, anong kulay ng chip ng non-cashable chips? Ng dead
sa gold mo, I think is green.
Green, okay. Kunyari, may green ako. Pag may winnings ako, anong kulay ng chip?
Iba kulay na po. Square po, dead chips. Pagka nanalo, bilog na po.
Okay. Opo. So, yung bilog na yan, makakash ko pag nanalo ako?
Opo.
Okay.
Opo.
Yung square, hindi ko makakash?
Hindi po.
Now, at the end of 6 days, pinaikot ko na 6 times, meron pa akong square, isasaoli ko sa junket operator yon at siya magpapadala ng cash sa account ko, di ba?
Opo. Pero pagdating ng 6 times, wala na ako square yun. Kasi sigurado na po, ubos na eh. Alam niya po eh. Tinatabi na ho niya para maging cash na ho lahat. Di ba? One time, 1 million kaya mo, naging bilog na, tapos palit. Alam mo yung last, hindi mo na isusugal yung bilog. So pag matitira na yung live chips, so yun ay itatago na po niya.
Kunyari, may dead chips pa.
May dead chips ho. Pwede po maging kaso, ibabawas. Kung ikukwenta ho, pag lalampas ka na ikot ho, babawas yung komisyon, magiging light na. Pwede po i-cash.
Dapat naman pwede i-cash. Kunyari, bibigyan mo ako ng 1 million in chips.
Opo.
Kung matatalo ako, mga 200,000 down lang. Pero the rest of the week, mas swerte lang ako that week. So, every day, nananalo ako. May down, may up. Pero
hindi. Ang sinasabi
hindi
nyo...
sumasobra sa 200,000 ang...
Opo, ang sinasabi nyo, kayo po nagdala lang cash. Binili mo cash.
Hindi. Binigay ko sa iyo yung pera. Galing ako China. Sinabi ko sa iyo, okay, magpapadala ako ng $1 million.
Opo.
Okay, so bibigyan mo ako dito ng 1 million in dead chips.
Opo.
Suppose I don't lose. I mean, and you know, gambling up and down yan.
Opo,
Sometimes you're down 500,000, sometimes you're up 500,000, di ba?
Opo.
Pero pwede naman na hindi maubos ang 1 million.
Opo.
So, isasauli mo yan sa akin, ikakas mo yan.
Opo.
Saan mo kinakas yan? Dito sa Pilipinas o dun sa China?
Sa China na po.
Okay.
Kasi yung binigay niyo po 1 million sa akin, hindi ko pa ho pinapadala. Hinihintay ko matapos ko po kayo maglaro. Doon na ganun ano.
Net out mo na lang.
Opo.
So, meron kang partner dun sa China na mag-aasikaso sa'yo.
Opo. For example, di ba sabi nyo, natalo sa 500 natira. Pag nagkwenta ho, o yung 500 na kukunin ko, yung 500 babalik ko sa'yo. Sa China na po.
Okay.
Wala po dito.
Alright. Now, yung dead chips, control factor yan to protect the junket operator.
To protect the junket operator and protect the agent.
And protect the agent.
Sino nagdala?
Now, if the
commission.
junket operator ang nagsabi, pwede na yan, huwag mo na isugal yan. Sasauli ko yung pera mo sa China. Okay rin yun, di ba?
Hindi po, siguro. Kasi wala siyang kita ko.
Hindi siya ganun. I'm saying that he has the discretion to do that. In a normal situation,
wala ko tatanggap dun kasi debt eh. Kasi may table ka ho sa Sulir, kaya mag-roll ka 400 million per table eh. Naghahabog ka din ng customer. Kung hindi, may penalty ho kayo. Wala hong...
So, binabantayan rin ng Soleria?
Opo. Nakikita po yun eh. Every day umitrack po yun eh.
Okay. So, walang discretion ng junket operator?
Wala po.
Wala
po gagawa.
Tama na, ayoko na.
Wala po.
Ha?
Wala po gagawa nun.
Walang gagawa nun, pero may discretion. I'm just asking if he has the power to cut the gambling, to stop the gambling of his customer. At sabihin niya, sige na, tama na. Umuwi ka na. Isasauli ko yung pera sa'yo.
Pwede po. Pero hindi makakas pag di ba? Hindi po. Pwede ho, kung gusto naman
ibabalik ko dun sa Shanghai.
Opo.
Saan mo diniposito yung
Opo,
pera,
pwede
diba?
po. Opo.
Okay. Kaya tinatanong ko yan.
Opo.
Because if the money was the stolen money, pwede magpipretend, basta kasabot yung junket operator, pwede pumasok dito, tapos sabihin junket, sige na. Isugal mo lang yung 20% yan, tapos isasauli ko yung pera sa'yo at the end of 6 days. Ganun lang yan eh. Di ba?
Opo, sir.
And it is possible, or is it possible, Miss Abad, na yung pera na ang ninakaw sa Bangladesh, hindi na pumasok dito sa Pilipinas? That they used what they would have gambled here as a substitute. In other words, tago mo na yung pera sa, let's say, I'm the junket agent. Tago mo na yung pera sa Shanghai. Anyway, you're going to send $81 million to the Philippines. So, eto na $81 million. Basta pagbalik ng pera, just give me $60 million. Sabihin mo, we won it in the casino in Manila. Pwede yan, di ba?
Well, that is a laundering scheme, Your Honor.
Pardon?
That is a laundering scheme. Exactly. Yes.
But physically, I'm saying that money that was stolen doesn't even have to physically come. The money that was stolen is in New York. It's with the account of RCBC. Of course, it's an electronic transfer to Manila. But the arrangement, wherever it was, in Shanghai or with the chief money launderer, could be that, eto na yung pera. Whatever your winnings are from your $81 million na talagang isusugal naman ninyo sa Manila, sabihin mo, it was won by me. Diba? So, laundered na.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Manalastas, I understand you want to say something.
Yeah, I would like to make a correction regarding the interest of the junket operator. when he does what was said by Senator Osmeña that, oh, let's just play 20% and that's it, let's stop. Sir, it's against the interest of both operator and the casino to do that, because why will you settle for the 20% when you can get the whole 100% as winnings? So it's contrary to the interest of the capitalista or the both operator and the casino.
Yes, but I'm not saying whether it's contrary to the interest or not. I'm saying it can be done. There is some discretion.
Sir, if he does that, how much is he to gain as compared to let's win all this instead of just a percentage?
No, you're looking at it from the perspective of a real gambler. I'm looking at it from the perspective of a money launderer. I'm saying that it's possible to do that. It's not in the interest. Yes, if it were a legitimate guy coming in, gambling, but if it was a money laundering operation, there is discretion. O, let's say I own the casino. Sabihin ko, okay na yan, sige. There is discretion. That dead chip is a control factor for the junket operator, the junket agent. As a matter of fact, the junket operator can tell the casino, sige na, just let it go. I'll give you 20%. But there is discretion. So that stupidity that your general manager says that it's impossible, that's not correct.
Sir, from the interest
Those dead chips are actually encashed again and the money is sent back. Kung ano naiwan. Theoretically, it should be zero. The casino would enjoy. Kung naiwan sa akin, zero. No? At the end of, after gambling 6 times. But so, some people do win, di ba? So what are you going to do? Meron akong 1 million in chips. Pagtalo ko every day, hindi naman sumosobra sa $200,000. You're not gonna confiscate that from me. It's still my money. I was lucky. I won. Di ba? So there is discretion also there.
Discretion on the part of the player, sir.
No, not on the part of the player. Discretion on the part of the junket operator, the junket agent. Pag sinabi nila, okay na yan. Di ba?
I don't think that has happened. Not unless that,
no, I'm not saying if
with
it happened or not. It's got nothing to do whether it happened or not. There is discretion. It can happen.
There's always the possibility.
No, that it can happen. That's not always the possibility. The possibility is if I didn't want to really gamble it, if there were already plans, it is possible. It is probable. They do have discretion. That's just to protect the junket operators na gagastos ako magpapadala sa kanila dito, tapos hindi pala magtataya ito. Kuning-kuning na may 1 million, pero unti-unti lang ang pag-gamble niya. That's my control factor. Huy. But if for some reason the guy is lucky, then he's left with a lot of dead chips at the end of the week. You cannot confiscate that. He retained that in a legitimate manner. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. The next hearing, we will see the messenger of PhilRem, Mr. Concon Bautista, and the accountant of PhilRem, next Tuesday at 10:30 in the morning. Until then, these hearings are hereby suspended.
Kausapin mo si Kim.
Sino po? Kim. Call the immigration people.
Nandito pa raw eh. The player. Nandito pa raw eh.
Sige, I'll find out.
It's up to you.